Good morning, or good afternoon, depending where you are. It's 12 o'clock Eastern Time. I hope you can all hear me. If you can't hear me, speak up. Okay, bad joke. My name is John Sheeley. For those of you that don't know me, I'm an enrolled agent. I've been in practice for 27 years. This is going to be our first webinar, although I've presented this material 9 times in person. We've split the day into two pieces. We're going to have 2 hours today, 2 hours tomorrow, as you know. Hopefully you can join us. I am recording the event. We will take questions. We will stay on today as late as you folks want. We'll answer everybody's questions. Same thing tomorrow. We'll stay on as late as you want. We'll make sure everybody gets their questions answered. One of the difficulties with splitting this into 2 days is that you may have a question today that essentially is going to be covered tomorrow, and I may politely suggest that to you when you ask the question. If you really need the answer today, stay on after the call or call my office afterwards. We're happy to help you. You will receive 4 credits of CE. We hear you in New Orleans and can hear you well. That's very nice, David. So I'm told that I speak funny, too, so I'm sorry for those of you that don't live in this time zone. Okay, so if you have a question, so let's do some quick housekeeping rules. If you have a question, you should be able to see the question pad on the left-hand side of the control panel. Click the orange button towards the top. If you can't see that or have difficulty answering a question, I do have employees here. You can call the office, area code 845-360-0913. Obviously, if everyone calls, you may get to voicemail. So if you can't send a chat or you can't otherwise get through, please either send an email to john@taxpracticepro.com or call the office and we'll try and answer your question. Again, I may reserve the right to pretty please say that some of these questions are going to be covered tomorrow. All right, so not seeing anyone say that they can't hear me, we're going to move forward. So we have something called the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, also called Obamacare. I want to encourage you not to use the term Obamacare. It's a little bit derogatory in some senses. So it's also going to evoke penalties and a discussion of penalties. So to the extent that happens, your clients may not be happy about that. And of course, you don't want to have angry clients. You also don't want to prolong your meetings this year. And as you're all going to see, if you haven't figured it out already, you're going to have to talk to every one of your clients about this particular issue. Unfortunately, unlike the do you want to give $3 to the presidential campaign fund, it's not something we can skip. We do need to ask the question and understand what the client's health care situation is this year. So PPA was signed into law on March 23rd, 2010. It upheld a legal challenge by the Supreme Court already in 2011, National Federation of Independent Business versus Sebelius. For those of you that don't remember who Sebelius is, healthcare.gov didn't launch so well, and that poor woman was the head of Health and Human Services at the time, and she, as they say, took one. Unlike Lois Lerner, she did take one for the team, and she went away. But we now have 2 other interesting roadblocks. The first is the November 4th election. Prior to November 4th, we had a Democratic-controlled Congress, Democratic-controlled Senate. Hence, we have the Affordable Care Act. The Republicans have been claiming that they would attempt to overthrow or throw out the Affordable Care Act, and they have brought it up to a vote a couple of times unsuccessfully. So after January 1st, we may see some changes. We may see a repeal possibly, but something to keep in mind here is that we've already had for 2014, people receive premium tax credits, and there was a law in effect that survived a Supreme Court challenge with respect to penalties for failure to have minimum essential coverage, which we're going to define in a bit. We also have something going on now called open enrollment, which we're going to talk about. Folks are already needing to sign up for their 2015 health insurance. So, of course, we're going to be stuck, even if there's a repeal, a wholesale repeal of the Affordable Care Act. We are going to continue to see this through as tax professionals for 2014 and 2015. We now have an additional little bump in the road. With November 7th, there was a Second Circuit court challenge, which the Supreme Court has taken an expedited review upon. We'll probably hear about this in March or April. Essentially, there are 4 words in the enabling legislation that talk about the premium tax credit being offered on state-run exchanges. So when the exchanges were set up, the federal government was thinking that smaller states, such as Vermont and New Hampshire, would not have the ability to spend 8 figures, $10, $20 million, to build out a state-of-the-art web-based platform that would have all of the effective controls in place. So they said, you know, we're going to backstop this thing. We're insisting that you have it, so we're going to backstop and create our own exchange, an exchange of last resort. So they were thinking, again, these small states would jump on board, but this is, in a live presentation, this is where I ask you how many states are on. But there are 37 states currently on the federal exchange. So if this challenge to the Affordable Care Act comes to fruition, you basically, without a repeal, you would have a wholesale collapse of the law, because if the people who live in these 37 states were not entitled to a premium tax credit, most could not afford the health insurance, and therefore the system would fall apart. So this becomes a backdoor way to eliminate the Affordable Care Act. So that's going to be interesting to follow. As for 2013 or 2014, the guidance would be, of course, give people their premium tax credits and move forward. Two primary goals of the Affordable Care Act were to provide affordable health insurance to all U.S. citizens and residents. Depending on whose research you looked at, whether the federal government or Pew Research, it was believed that either 46 million or 48 million U.S. residents did not have health insurance of any kind prior to the Affordable Care Act coming into force. The secondary goal was to reduce health care spending overall. If you look at things like Medicaid, which is the insurance of last resort, in many cases, people who had no health insurance would not get any preventative care, would not attend to any of their needs, and then at the end of their life, they would find themselves being taken care of by typically the local county or the state, which was, of course, a Medicaid expense. The idea behind, which is expensive end-of-life care. So the belief is that, sound is cutting out, says Michael. Michael, can you tell me what, are you on a wireless connection or direct connection? Is anyone else seeing the sound cutting out? Okay, so in order to continue to fund the Affordable Care Act, there are 20 new taxes which have been introduced. Thank you, Catherine. So there are 20 new taxes that have been introduced. Now, many of these came into effect in 2012 and 2013. Because to fit this into a 4-hour seminar, I have not included that in the presentation. However, I have about 40 slides available. If you email me, john@taxpracticepro.com, I will send you a review of things that went into effect in 2011, 2012, and 2013. The 0.9% Medicare tax, the net investment income tax, and some of the other things. And there's some great examples included in there. So we're happy to provide that to you if you send me an email, no charge. So the Affordable Care Act introduces something called the individual mandate. The individual mandate states that if your employer doesn't provide you with health insurance, you as an individual are responsible to obtain health insurance that meets a certain standard for you and everyone in your tax household, which of course we're going to talk about in a few minutes. Individuals who can't afford health insurance on their own can either qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, depending on their income level, or get assistance in the form of federal tax credits, some tax breaks, or if they're a small business, through something called the Small Business Health Options Program, where the employer would be subsidized for offering the insurance. So, Michael, I'm getting feedback from other people that they seem to be good with the sound, so I am sorry if there's a problem. Hopefully the recording works well, and I'll give you access to that. So this individual shared responsibility penalty, the General Accounting Office estimates, will bring in $45 billion over the next 10 years, which is a pretty nice sum, and that will be used, of course, to help with the premium tax credit, which is helping offset the cost of health insurance to individuals. So on page 10 in your text, you'll start to see in places in the heading where I have a small number in parentheses. That is the page where you can find this in the textbook. So the individual shared responsibility payment states that starting in 2014, everyone needs to have one of three things: minimum essential coverage, which we're going to define, a coverage exemption, I don't need to have minimum essential coverage, or make a shared responsibility payment. Anyone want to guess what the shared responsibility payment is? That's the penalty we keep hearing about. Probably we shouldn't call it a penalty to our clients, because that would be a great way to start the interview. Mr. Client, did you have health insurance all year? Hell no. Great. You're going to have to pay a penalty. Well, it's going to go downhill from there. So hopefully not. So Terry, there's a link, and there's the link to the textbook and a copy of the slides and a couple of other handouts. I just sent it to you privately, but actually I can probably send it to everybody. So if you don't have the material, here's the link, and I just sent it. That's a Dropbox link. It'll remain active, better part of a year. It has the textbook, a set of the slides. Textbook is 50 pages. The slides are 77 pages. So think about printing before you print, especially if you have multiple people listening. There are also a number of other things that I will reference during our talk today and tomorrow, and they're free for you to use. They're free for you to update and use any way you see fit in your practice. Okay, so back to our shared responsibility payment. So this law, this Affordable Care Act, actually requires two federal agencies. It requires one to administer the actual insurance and another to administer compliance and penalty collection. So in this almost first time in our society, in our history of our country, Health and Human Services administers the marketplace. They help explain the health insurance options available to citizens, help with the purchase, and help explain and provide the financial assistance through premium tax credits. So depending on your state, some states have their own. Here in New York, it's NewYorkStateOfHealth.gov. If you're in one of the 37 states that uses the federal exchange, it's healthcare.gov. If you're out in California, it's Covered California, I think. And if you're in Colorado, it was Go Colorado or Colorado Go, something when I was out there. It was very interesting. Colorado was opening walk-in centers, which I thought was great. Here in New York, we have different social agencies assigned to helping folks sign up for insurance on the exchange. And Connecticut, or in Colorado, it was like getting auto insurance. You're registering your car. You could walk in and someone would help you. Okay, so I don't see any questions coming up. I do see that a couple of you are on another screen, not on this screen. Remember, you're supposed to be watching the entire event to get your CE, not that I'm going to say anything. So we talked that there are two agencies that administer the Affordable Care Act. So interestingly enough, instead of choosing an agency like the Social Security Administration, which has toll-free customer service centers, walk-in centers, and a database of everyone in the country, instead, they chose the Internal Revenue Service, an agency which has had an 8% reduction in workforce, and as a tax professional, it takes us 2 hours to get through on the telephone. I can't imagine what it's going to be like this year with 300 million people needing to comply with this law this year. I was on a stakeholder liaison call the other day, and I'm sad to say I heard directly from someone who works in affordable care for the Internal Revenue Service that they expect to answer as low as 50% of the incoming telephone calls during the peak times of the year this year, because they will have so much resources pushed to helping with Affordable Care Act questions. I think that, as a taxpayer, I think that's outrageous, and we as professionals need to figure something out here. So the IRS's role is as follows. They're going to reconcile the premium tax credit, and we're going to talk about why you need to do that in just a moment. The Internal Revenue Service will create and administer reporting forms which health insurance providers will use to help comply with the law. The Internal Revenue Service will announce poverty level limits used to determine the affordability and certain other calculations involved in the Affordable Care Act. Just like we understand that mileage for moving and mileage for charity hasn't gone up each year, we will see the new poverty level amounts in a table along with that press release from the service. The IRS will also administer two new penalties. The penalty under 5000A, which is the individual shared responsibility penalty, and the so-called pay-to-play for applicable large employers, the employer responsibility payment under Section 4980H. We're really not going to talk about that here to the extent that any of us have clients with 50 or more employees that need to comply with that. Typically, we're finding they either have an HR function that within the company that's already on top of that, or all of their health insurers are very happy to help them. So we won't be discussing that, but I can help you if you have some questions about it. And seeing no questions, we can move on. So if you don't know how to ask a question, there's a chat box 2/3 of the way down the toolbar, and you can use that. And maybe we'll try an open mic if I need additional help. We'll see what we can do. So what is minimum essential coverage? So I'd like to tell you, again, if we were doing this live, we'd get some interaction here, and it's a little bit better than me just speaking for a couple of hours, although lucky you, you do get to hear me talk for 2 hours. We as tax professionals will not need to determine if something is minimum essential coverage. We're not going to sit there with a checklist. We're not going to look for 29 things that must be in the policy. Thank goodness. Can you imagine if we had to? Generally speaking, except for a few grandfathered policies that should have expired in 2014 and not been renewed, health insurance being sold in this country should now all be minimum essential coverage. So if you think about your client base for a minute, probably 80% of your clients already meet minimum essential coverage. Without this sounding the wrong way, most of us, most normal people, think that health insurance is something they need, something they desire. We all complain about what it costs, but we all want to have health insurance. Anyway, it should, so 80-20 rule, 80% of our clients have health insurance, had it all year. They just need to prove it to us. We're going to move on. Thank goodness. But employer-sponsored plans, COBRA, retiree coverage, insurance purchased through one of the marketplaces will qualify as minimum essential coverage. To the best of my knowledge, in most states you can't purchase an individual policy anymore. They tell you to go to the marketplace. But if you do have an individual policy, it probably qualifies. Coverage under specific government programs, Medicaid, CHIP, Medicare are all going to qualify as minimum essential coverage. So again, if you think about your folks, that's most of your people will have it. I just saw a chat from someone, a private message. People are posting the link to the materials on Dropbox. I guess I don't necessarily care if I do that, but you paid to be here and you're giving away for free the material that we put together. So that's something you're okay about. I'm not going to complain. I just thought I would mention it. So again, minimum essential coverage, we're not going to sit there and go through a list of things. Sean Reed wants to know if he needs to know meth or math. All right. Oh, it's in Oklahoma, so I didn't know what that meant for a minute. So yes, Sean, you do need to know math. We're going to talk about some of that. I don't know that you should rely on your software. Just as a quick aside, Sean's question is, should we hope our software is doing these calculations right? We'll talk about this a little later, but my belief is that most of the clients who incur a penalty are going to be early season filers. And as an example, I use Drake for my practice, and Drake had an error. Someone covered it, uncovered it, contacted Drake, and they said, yes, we weren't aware of that. There is an error. I believe it wasn't calculating the maximum penalty correctly. We're going to talk about that in a little bit with a few examples. So you do need to understand this, and we are going to spend some time, Sean, talking about how to arrive at these penalties. Are you going to do them by hand? Probably not. But you should be able to say, this client made $30,000, the penalty is $12,000. That looks wrong. More importantly, this client didn't have health insurance. Why isn't my software calculating a penalty? I think it should. I'll put this back to those of us that started doing tax returns by hand. You know, we have an expectation that a 6251 shows up or doesn't show up, and we say to ourselves, why did it or why didn't it? And we believe we made a key punch error rather than the software made an error. So again, the same thing. I believe you want to understand what the penalty should be, roundabout, how to get there, and be able to look at the software and say, hey, I think there's a problem, and figure it out. We had another issue, which we'll talk about in a bit, where someone misunderstood what they needed to do with the software, thinking that they were going to need to go and do an exception for everyone who had Medicare and TRICARE, and it was a misunderstanding in the way that the software was written, and I understand the misunderstanding, but you need to understand these rules a bit so that you don't sit there and try and do exceptions for people who don't need them, and we'll address that when we get closer to it. So minimum essential coverage: employer-sponsored coverage, self-insured plans, COBRA coverage, retiree coverage, coverage purchased in the marketplace, including a qualified health plan. Medicare A and Medicare Advantage are minimum essential coverage. Most Medicaid coverage. Now, to be honest with you, when I say most, if someone has Medicaid coverage, their traditional Medicaid coverage, where they are covered every month, and they have a Medicaid card, that Medicaid is minimum essential coverage. There are some situations where Medicaid may pay an insurance bill for someone, but if they are not enrolled in Medicaid on a monthly continuing basis, they do not have minimum essential coverage. We have a program called Children's Health Insurance, or CHIP. CHIP has been around for a while, and the idea behind CHIP was that if you were in a household where the parents made too much money to qualify for Medicaid, yet you had uninsured children in the household, CHIP was a safety net where the children could qualify for health insurance coverage. That program is still here. That program still meets minimum essential coverage. Certain other types of insurance will meet minimum essential coverage. And I'm going to mention these things very quickly, but the point here is not so much that you know these things, but rather that when your client comes, because I wouldn't memorize 30 or 40 different types of insurance. We don't have insurance licenses. We don't want to become experts. However, if the client comes in and says, well, I do have continuing health care, it's through this, you should be able to go back and say, I have that list, and be able to feel comfortable that this person does indeed have minimum essential coverage. This is super important this year for reasons we will uncover in the next 25 minutes. Certain types of veterans health coverage administered by the VA meet minimum essential coverage. Essentially, a veteran whose health insurance is, I go to the VA hospital, I go to the VA doctor. Those folks meet minimum essential coverage. Most types of TRICARE, again, I'm an enrollee on a monthly basis in TRICARE. TRICARE covers me. TRICARE is federal retirees, military retirees. In all the literature, coverage provided to Peace Corps volunteers is mentioned. I've never had a Peace Corps volunteer as a client, but I want you to know that they are covered for minimum essential coverage. Just ascertain what months, in fact, they were covered. Now, these other items, we start to get into things I'm not familiar with. Coverage under non-appropriated fund health benefit program. Refugee medical assistance, not familiar with this. But again, you should be aware these things exist. If someone has proof they were covered and it's on a continuing basis, you'll want to find out what months they were indeed covered. Now, self-funded health coverage offered to students by university plans is very interesting. Many colleges require that full-time students be covered for health insurance, and if they can't provide proof of insurance, they can purchase some plan through the university. That health insurance is, for 2014, is deemed to be minimum essential coverage. I would want to understand when they were covered. In other words, typically college is not in session January, July, August, January, June, July, depending on the university. I'd want to understand if those 3 months were covered by the plan, what the expiration date was, but otherwise they will be covered. Starting in 2015, these plans may go and get approval from the Health and Human Services to be recognized as minimum essential coverage. So for 2014, proof they were covered by the university will be minimum essential coverage, but 2015 and later years, they'll need to have additional documentation to show that that particular university is approved. I would hope that there's going to be a website or some sort of list on healthcare.gov or the HHS website, but time will tell. State high-risk pools, I thought that was for car insurance, but these things exist as well. So I want to mention, there's a question from David Sari. John, does this mean that every senior has minimum essential coverage, seniors on Medicare? Yes, David, if they are on Medicare A, they are indeed deemed to have met minimum essential coverage for the months they are on Medicare A. So don't forget, if this is the year that they transitioned, we've encountered a few people that either were unemployed or were laid off early in the year, qualified for Medicare June or July. They took a 5-month risk, so they will have a penalty. So you need to think about the questions you ask. Certainly you don't want to ask an open-ended question, did you have Medicare? You'd have to ask, did you have Medicare coverage for the entire year or for all months of the year? And you would build from there. But yes, David, that is correct. It's 25 minutes after, and we're required to ask a question. We're required to ask a question every 25 minutes in order to be able to give you continuing education. It was either that or a 40-question quiz, because it's 4 credits at the end, and nobody likes to take a quiz. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask a fabulous poll question. And I've had some input with some of my friends, Michelle McBride, Martha McDonald, and they all thought up some great poll questions for you. So here is our first question. I hope you're ready. %87 of you have voted, and poll must be closed to enable screen sharing. Okay, so we're going to close the poll, and we're going to share the poll. And can you all see the poll? Oh, hi, poll. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you all. I'm getting like 90 yeses. Fabulous. And I hope that was a worthwhile question. And congratulations to Sean and Fred, who did not answer no, to be wise guys. So thank you, guys. Okay. So I think it's important to understand what minimum essential coverage does not include, because I do think that we have clients who don't necessarily understand, and certainly there are many questions who think that they are going to be paying a $95 penalty this year and that's it. We as professionals know it's much more than that, and there's more to it than that. So let's talk here. What does minimum essential coverage not include? So coverage that consists solely of what's referred to as accepted benefits. Standalone coverage. The poll is still showing? Really? That's terrible. Is the poll going now? Okay. Jenny Knight has a question. If you did not become eligible for Medicare until July of 14, will you be penalized for the 6 months you had no coverage? Yes, Jeannie, and it's a prorated penalty we're going to talk about. But what's also interesting about the prorated penalty is that there's a built-in 3-month exemption. Okay. Oh, all the questions are rolling in. So let's look quickly at some of these questions. Okay, so Jeannie, I hope that answers your question. If it didn't, pop me back up. And the poll should be gone now. It's funny, the poll did not show on my screen, so thank you all for pointing that out to me. How do I get back to the slides? Marty, are you back to the slides now? Okay, so a question from Susan Anderson in Washington State. Hello, Susan. Non-appropriated funds employees or civilians who work at a job in a military base, such as Navy Exchange or Commissary, that is not a GS-rated job, but is paid out of non-appropriated funds. I believe that that is covered, Susan, and non-appropriated funds is considered minimum essential coverage. We can check that for you and tell you. And poll is up. Okay, everyone is saying poll is still up, still up, still up, still up. Poll is still on my screen. Okay, you don't need to call. We're seeing that the poll is still up. Hang on.
Nobody sees this.
I understand. I'm working. Stop. I rang twice. It's not ringing off the hook. Bear with me, folks. We're going to pop your polls off in a minute. Let's see. Yes, Sean, I'm sure it is your fault. We're working on it. Hang on. Problem is the option has disappeared now. All right. You have slides back up? No, no, no. 25 no's. Thank you. Just hang on, folks. I'm trying to locate where. Okay, there's dashboard. How's that? Still no. Darn it, guys. All right, hang on. Yes, I see that you guys want me to go on. Just give me one more second here. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on without it for right now. If you have questions, continue to ask questions, please. Okay. So we spoke about self-funded coverage, high-risk pools, other coverage recognized by the state. Okay. Sheila, thank you for the bathroom break. You're welcome, Sheila. Okay. So again, we believe that we have issues with clients who are not going to understand what minimum essential coverage is, and there's going to be some confusion. So there are certain things, common misconceptions. Standalone vision or dental care, AFLAC or other type plans like this as well, will not meet minimum essential coverage. Workers' compensation, we probably all have clients who primarily have an issue where they are working through the workers' compensation system, and that is the only doctor they go to see. While that's valid and they are receiving medical care, that is not minimum essential coverage, and they will not be able to be exempt from the penalty. So, we talked before about certain Medicaids that were not continuing Medicare coverage. For example, Medicaid that provides only family planning services, tuberculosis services, or limited to treatment of emergency medical conditions. These are situations where Medicaid may pay for an insurance cost, but it is not a continuing coverage, it is not an enrollment, so it won't meet minimum essential coverage. So you may have a client come in and say, well, this is what I had, and the answer is that it's not MEC, so they will have to pay the penalty. Okay. And Joyce is telling me the poll is still showing. Okay. Joyce, I can't get it to go. I've got someone on the other line calling for me, so hopefully we can get this resolved. Lisa, can I reference a page? I can tell you that I am on slide. Hang on, I'll tell you what slide I'm on. I am on slide 14. All right. Okay, minimum. Please don't call the office that you're not seeing the slides. We're aware of the problem and we're working on it. Minimum essential coverage does not include pregnancy-related Medicaid, Medicaid for the medically needy. And then there are a number of demonstration projects that I really have never heard of and don't understand. But again, these types of situations which are listed here will not meet minimum essential coverage. So we talked about this in the beginning. Most people already have qualified health insurance coverage and don't need to do anything more for minimum essential coverage for 2014 other than tell you that they have it, prove to you that they have it. If the client does not have health insurance through their job or a government plan, they may be able to buy it through the marketplace. If they do buy it through the marketplace, they may be eligible for an advance payment of the premium tax credit. So hang on, we have a possible solution here to the slides. How's that? Does that eliminate does that give us back our, great, says Judy Worrell. Thank you all. Okay, thank you, Gail, for calling support. Yay. Would you believe that if you click share, you see the screen? If you click hide, you don't? That sounds like really, really complicated. I'm sorry. Okay, so again, many of our clients will already have MEC, or they can go and buy it. An important thing, though, is they will receive a Form 1095-A if they were customers of an exchange. It's pretty clear that you will need to see that form when you do their tax return this year. Okay. Hi, Melinda. How are you? So to prepare the 2014 tax return, you're going to need to ask your client if they had insurance all year or qualified for an exemption. Odds are they won't know if they qualify in many cases. They're probably all going to know that the IRS can't use lien or levy authority to collect it. I imagine that's getting around. We're going to talk about that. But if they did not have insurance and they don't have an exemption, they may owe a shared responsibility payment when they file their tax return for 2015. So you'll know someone is currently insured if they work for a large employer, because for the last few years we've had that code DD in box 14. The instructions, 2014 W-2 instructions, indicate that this is still a requirement of those who filed 250 or more documents. And folks that are self-employed are probably going to come in and have evidence for you that they are entitled to the self-employed health insurance deduction. So again, you'll be aware these people are currently insured, but of course you won't know who in the household was covered and for how long they were covered. Flexible spending accounts are not minimum essential coverage. They do still exist. Health spending accounts still exist. They are usually associated with a high deductible health insurance plan. We already know about the HSA rules, so let me skip this. So who's eligible to use the marketplace? This is kind of important because we had this discussion last year when we were doing some free seminars for local EA and CPA groups where we talked about how to talk to your clients about the upcoming Affordable Care Act. And if your client comes in to see you in February and it's 2015 and they still don't have insurance, they already have a penalty for 2015. So there becomes a discussion as to whether the client should, whether you have an obligation to talk to the client about getting health insurance. Well, they're going to have a penalty if not, so I do think that you have an obligation. Marie in Texas says DD is only employer portion. No, Marie, it's supposed to be the entire value of the policy, the actual cost of the policy, I think, irrespective of who paid for what. It's the full cost. Okay, so I think it's important for you to be knowledgeable about who can go to the marketplace because you want to send your clients to the marketplace. I don't think you want to sit there and do it. I don't think, unless you're an insurance broker and you're going to get paid for it, you want to be involved with it, but you do want to tell your clients they need to go and do this. So to be eligible for health coverage through the marketplace, your client has to live in the United States, be a U.S. citizen, a U.S. national, or lawfully present. There is criteria about eligible immigration status, and we'll talk about that a little bit. Your client cannot be currently incarcerated. Now, it's interesting here that, like you, I have 20 years of legal experience from watching Law and Order and hearing what Jack McCoy has to say about things. So I thought I knew what incarcerated was, it's less than a year, I go to jail, which is the county lockup, and if it's a year or more or a felony, I go to prison. And I thought those were my definitions of incarcerated. But we're going to learn the Affordable Care Act brings us some specific definitions of incarcerated. But folks that are incarcerated cannot use the marketplace if they're incarcerated under the definition with the Affordable Care Act. If the client has Medicare coverage, they are not eligible to use the marketplace to buy a health or a dental plan. And that's because they already have minimum essential coverage. Medicaid currently covers 65 million people in the United States. Now, I want you to take a step back and think about that for a minute. There's about 300 million people in the United States, so 20% of the country is currently on Medicaid. This is an increase of 6 million people from December 31st, from prior to the Affordable Care Act going into effect. Now, interestingly, the General Accounting Office had originally projected that 17 million people would end up enrolling in in Medicare or Medicaid. So interesting, but where the difference is, because I would have thought they had some decent statistics. But it's interesting though, there are 4 million people who currently fall into what's called the coverage gap. They don't qualify for the marketplace, but their state did not increase Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act. So traditionally, Medicaid is available to those who earn less than 100% of the federal poverty rate for their household size and where the household is. But under the Affordable Care Act, many states increased Medicaid to 133% of the federal poverty limit, and then the Affordable Care Act will allow you to get a premium tax credit if you have 133% or more of the federal poverty limit for your household size. So these 4 million people are actually going to be exempt from needing to get the minimum essential coverage. They can have no insurance and will not be penalized. Now, what I think is important here is that many of us don't live in these states that are up on the screen. But many of us have clients that either have moved or we get referrals. So I think it's important to know. So there's 4 million people without insurance. 1 million people of them live in Texas. Marie, you're going to have a less busy year than the rest of us because apparently many people are not subject to minimum essential coverage there. Florida, 17%. That's 800,000 people. Also an interesting number. So you can see the breakdown by geographic region. It's 86% of these 4 million people live in the South, which I think is interesting as well. So this was found on the Kaiser Family Foundation, kff.org, and they have all sorts of interesting research on healthcare, and it is a nonprofit. Okay, so a couple of questions. For private company, is it voluntary to report the insurance for 2014? The answer to that is yes. We're going to cover that in a little bit, the 1099B, 1095B, 1095C requirements. We will talk about that. So I think there are a couple of spots where the federal government, when drafting the regulations, Congress passes a law and then it's up to the Treasury to figure out how to write regulations, and IRS's problem to write instructions and tax forms so that we can comply with that. So we kind of have a mistake. Now, a lot of my tax practice is non-resident aliens in the U.S. and Americans living abroad. So I'm going to see a lot of what's on this current slide. So did it make sense for a U.S. citizen living outside the United States to be required to have a policy that meets minimum essential coverage? If I live in the United Arab Emirates, it is highly unlikely that anyone there is going to, any physician there is going to accept my insurance. In some of the socialized countries, the same thing, where the medicine is paid for by the government, doesn't make sense. They'd be spending money to avoid a penalty. So we have not an exemption, but actually in the law, U.S. citizens that lived abroad for 330 days of any 12-month period are not required to get health insurance coverage under the Affordable Care Act. They are deemed to have met minimum essential coverage, and we're going to check the box. You'll see that in a little bit. And this 330 is a significant thing. This is the requirement for the foreign earned income exclusion. Now, even if I live abroad 330 days, some people, like contractors and employees of the federal government, are not eligible for the foreign earned income exclusion. They are still eligible to have met minimum essential coverage. So that's important. If someone is a bona fide resident of a foreign country for the year, they are also deemed to have met minimum essential coverage. You'll be able to check the box. But if they are uninsured and living abroad, they don't pay if they meet this exception. If you'd like to see more on this, there's a link. Question 12 of the Individual Shared Responsibility FAQ goes into great detail, gives you a couple of examples, and if you think this is a concern for you, there's plenty of information there. If you have questions of any of this stuff that's a specific question, if you don't want to ask it on the forum, by all means, email me, john@johnsheeley.com works, but better, john@taxpracticepro.com, or call the office, 845-360-0913. I'll help you. Someone here will help you. I'm not nice, but everyone else here is really nice. So, health insurance coverage in the marketplace covers health care covered by doctors, hospitals, medical services within the U.S. We've covered this. A concern I have is what happens for the year of return to the United States. My clients don't always tell me that they're coming back. Sometimes a contract ends mid-year. In the United Kingdom, the tax year ends April the 6th. In Australia and New Zealand, the tax year ends June the 30th. It's quite common for a contract to end as of that day. So, in the event that happens, someone may be home for 3 months while they switch a visa or foreign visa, or while they look for other employment. They will fall into this and need to have minimum essential coverage. So we are telling all of our foreign clients, if you're going to be back here for any length of time, contact us immediately, and we'll get them onto the exchange so we can help them make a decision what they need to do. Adele says that last slide clarifies a lot on the point of expat. Okay, thank you, Adele. Okay, so immigration status in the marketplace. I'm not going to go into this a great deal, but I want to just talk about a few issues. So, the following people may use the marketplace, and conversely, the following people would be subject to minimum essential coverage to maintaining it. A lawful permanent resident. This is someone who's what we call a green card holder. An asylee, a non-citizen of the country who's granted asylum in our country, and refugees. Now, beyond that, I have a whole list of things that, Kimberly is correctly saying, asylee applicants who have received their employment authorization card count under MEC. That is, I don't know if that's a question or a comment, Kim. You're correct. They are deemed to be residents. They need to have minimum essential coverage, and conversely, they are allowed, or not conversely, but hand in hand, they're allowed to go to the marketplace and purchase a policy. As we go further down, there are a number of other folks who are legally present in the United States and therefore eligible to use the marketplace. I am not familiar with many of these, but as you speak with people, especially certain areas of the country or certain groups of people, you may encounter a number of these. I don't think you want to commit these to memory, but when, so this is akin to the earned income tax credit. How many of these terrible questions have you had to ask your clients? Who's sleeping with who lives in what room, whose child is that? We're going to start to have some of these questions related to immigration status. In the past, someone came in and they had an ITIN number. The mission of the Internal Revenue Service and the mission of Immigration and Customs Enforcement or Homeland Security were two separate things. I earned money in the United States. I need to file a tax return. I was here 365 days. I file a resident tax return. Immigration status never came up. Now, immigration status may start to come up. So I hate to do this, but we have to do it. We have to do another poll. It's been another 25 minutes. I'm going to pop up a second poll, but this time I think I'm smarter about how to use the service. So our second question, which is, how many hours of continuing education are you taking on the Affordable Care Act this year? Okay, we just about have everybody voted. We have 93%. If you haven't voted, would you please vote? Your vote counts. 95, 96. Really hoping for that 100. Steve Hamilton wants to know if Sean and Fred have been kicked out. No, they haven't. Okay, so I'm going to close the poll, and I'm going to share the poll. And as you can see, 64%, there's 92 attendees on here, not including my staff. 64% of you are taking 8 or more hours. I think if we had a contest, I think Sean Reed took about 30 hours of this material. So it's good for you folks taking a large amount of material. It's very interesting that there's no requirement, right, to take it. And I see many of you are taking 8 hours, 6 hours. It's great. So let's see. If I click the hide button, I believe you should now be seeing the slides again. Anyone? Yay, Judy Worrell says, very competent, John, thank you. No, she didn't say that. Okay. So, back to who qualifies. This second list of folks, these are some difficult conversations to have, but if someone says to you, I'm here on this visa, I'm here into this program, yes, I'm legal, you'll go through, I'm here, I'm allowed to be here, you'll go through this with them. I'm leaving the list here. The list is also reproduced in your material. It is also available on healthcare.gov or your state exchange. And I think, again, this is here. I have this here so that you understand what's out there. Now, on on the next screen, well, screen 30, documentation needed to support immigration status. I don't know that if a client tells me they are here legally present, if you're here legally present, you are subject to a penalty. So I don't know that you're subject to either minimum essential coverage or a penalty. I don't know that I'm going to ask for this documentation from people because I don't know that it's really required. But of course, this is documentation they need to be able to prove that they are lawfully present for purposes of getting a health insurance policy on the exchange. And there's 3 or 4 screens of that. So I do want to go back and talk about incarceration in the marketplace, my knowledge from Law and Order notwithstanding. For purposes of the marketplace, incarcerated means serving a term in prison or jail. Okay, duh. But incarceration does not mean living at home or in a residential facility under supervision of the criminal justice system or living there voluntarily. A residential facility under supervision of the criminal justice system means a halfway house. That does not count as being incarcerated for purposes of the Affordable Care Act. So incarcerated does not include probation, parole, or home confinement. You're also not considered incarcerated if you are in jail or prison pending disposition of charges. In other words, I've been arrested, charged, but not convicted of a crime. So I'm not out. If I'm out on bail, I'm going to be subject to minimum essential coverage requirements. If I am in the county jail awaiting my I'm in jail awaiting my trial and I can't get myself out through bail or they don't give me any bail due to the severity of the crime, unfortunately, that person is subject to minimum essential coverage. Now, on a happier note, if I'm in there, probably I have no income or I would qualify for Medicaid. Even though I can't use Medicaid while I'm in there, I can apply for it. So when I am out of prison, out of jail, I would be able to meet minimum essential coverage. Now, again, uncomfortable conversations. I don't know about you, but my clients don't necessarily come in and tell me, oh, by the way, that SOB is going into the joint to do a nickel, and, can we talk about some financial planning here? It doesn't happen. Unfortunately, this does become, mandatory electronic filing and obtaining signatures. We do learn these things sometimes, or you read your newspaper and you learn that someone has been convicted or is away. And again, the difficult conversations that we may have to have with clients. So there's a question from Fatima. If the client had TPS part of the year, but then didn't renew it, will the client qualify for an exemption? What do you mean by TPS, Fatima? Tell me that and I will give you an answer. If your client is incarcerated, they can use the marketplace to apply. We said Medicaid will pay, but they'll be covered when they come out. There are 3 ways to apply for Medicaid: online at healthcare.gov or your state's marketplace website, with a marketplace paper application that you fill out and mail in, or directly through the state Medicaid office. At least here in New York, typically they're going to tell you to go to the website, or in some cases they have a computer available for public use and they're going to instruct you to go use the computer to register. So I don't know how how much that paper application will work. Because they're not eligible to buy private health insurance through the marketplace while you're in prison or jail, being incarcerated gives you an exemption from the individual shared responsibility payment. Not while you're in jail waiting disposition, but when you're actually sentenced and serving your sentence. Once you're released, you would need, this taxpayer would need to either have health coverage, pay the penalty, or qualify for some other exemption. How do they apply for Medicaid from jail, Susan wants to know. That's very true. Well, usually, Susan, they give you some time to take care of your personal arrangements. I would also hope you have a spouse, attorney, or a friend who would help you do that. But that is a valid point. I guess you don't have the internet in jail. So, open enrollment. This is important because you need to be notifying your clients. We're going to talk tomorrow about preseason notification to clients. And one of the things you need to consider is saying to clients, you don't have insurance, you may have a or an exemption, you may have penalty. You still have an opportunity to get covered for 2015. Now, if you live in New York or Iowa, you actually have until December 20th to enroll and still have coverage for January 1st. But otherwise, in most states, after December 15th, you'll still be able to enroll, but you're going to have a February 1st start date. You will have 1 month of no coverage. So right now, they can enroll through February 15th. Hopefully, they will do that sooner. How do they apply for Medicaid from jail or Washington? I don't know what that means, or Washington, Susan. Okay. So clients can't access the marketplace outside of open enrollment unless something changed, unless they have a qualifying change. They get married, unmarried, lose their job. Any of these things will probably allow them to qualify for marketplace insurance during the middle of the year. Of course, the start of coverage depends upon when they enrolled. What we're seeing is you enroll by the 15th of this month, you are covered as of the first of the second subsequent month. In other words, December 15th enrollment gets you February 1st start date. And filling out that one application will usually tell them if they're going to get lower costs based on their income, and see the different insurance policies on their cost. Okay, so Fatima has clarified her question. Oh, temporary protected status. They get a Social Security number and can legally work in the U.S., but they have to renew, and sometimes they don't do it. That's interesting, Fatima. So my question would be, if I have temporary protected status, I guess that's like having any other visa. I'm legal, and then I'm not, right? I become undocumented as of the date I don't renew it or take care of my paperwork. So I would say, as of the day after or the month after they don't renew, they will have they will not be covered. They will be subject to the penalty or need minimum essential coverage. Well, actually, no. As of the date, all right. On Fatima's question about temporary protected status, I would say they're not legal as of the date that expires, and they would not be subject to minimum essential coverage, and that would be an exemption. They're not legally present in the country. We're going to talk about that in a bit. Michael is saying, if you apply by December 1st, you get coverage on January 1st. If you can find a link for that later today, let's take a look. I think that's not true, Michael. I think it's February 1st coverage if they apply by December 1st. I could well be wrong, but in any event, we don't do health insurance, thank goodness, but we do want to encourage our clients to go out and do that. So Michael is saying December 15th. Fred is saying, I just applied, my coverage starts January 1st. Fred, is that business coverage or personal coverage? And is it a renewal or? Fred says personal. Okay, so Fred Stein is saying in New York that he applied December 15th, and he has January 1st coverage. So I will stand corrected then, Michael, and Fred, you are correct. And yeah, Fred, I did mention it was extended to December 20th, but you were looking at another screen. Okay, so if you purchase health insurance through the marketplace, you may be eligible for a premium tax credit. Now, this is super important. There are folks that have had their own insurance for years and continue to renew it and have it. If they meet the income levels, they may not have a premium tax credit. This is super important. To qualify for the premium tax credit, you had to purchase your insurance through the marketplace, period. You'll get a 1095-A with other pertinent information relative to computing the premium tax credit. But if they didn't buy it through the exchange, they don't have the ability to get the premium tax credit. So this is an important consideration when we were dealing with folks, because they may have been very happy with a policy that they were able to renew, but if they were someone who some years would be eligible for a premium tax credit, we did encourage them to at least take a look at the exchange, simply because it might be better for them financially. If they're eligible for the credit, they can, this reminds me of my days when I owned block offices. They can choose to get it now or get it later. Now, get it now, I'm not handed a check for the amount of the advanced premium tax credit, but rather I have an offset. That offset is paid to the insurance company each month, and it reduces what my premium outlay will be each month. So unfortunately, we will have clients who think that they really received health insurance for $47 a month. My other concern is that either intentionally or unintentionally, the first year of the exchange, I think a lot of people were able to juice the numbers that they put into last fall, and I think that a number of folks are going to have outrageously overpaid advanced premium tax credits and are in for a surprise with their tax return this year. Diane Haynes says, this is a tough crowd. You know what? I'd rather have them awake and asking good questions, Diane, because that means they're engaged and interested in what I'm having to say. And it's when you don't do these things live, when you get heckled in person, you get instant feedback. Right now, I'm not getting instant feedback, which is fine. Okay, so with respect to self-employed people, I want to add one comment at the bottom of the screen. With respect to self-employed people, we have generally encouraged them to not take the advanced premium tax credit. These are folks that typically can't predict their income well enough for us to give them accurate quarterly estimated income tax payments. So they're somehow going to be able to give us an accurate enough estimate of their income so that they can get a accurate advanced premium tax credit. I'm just concerned with what it's going to do to people's numbers and amounts they'll need to recapture. And generally speaking, I think our clients followed that advice and did not take the advanced premium tax credit. Okay. The individual shared responsibility payment. Now we're going to get into some hard stuff. So before we start touching on this, are there questions out there? I see heckle, we love you. We can fix that. This is a tough crowd. Okay. Oh, you're heckling me on Facebook. Thank you. Okay. Good. No questions. Okay. And I won't call on anyone to ask a question. What page am I on? Bill, I'm not on a page, I'm on a screen. Teasing. It's screen 41, 41st slide. Okay. Okay. So let's go back here. Oops, wrong screen. Back to 41. Okay. So, and Sean says page 14 if you printed the slides. And Fred says, can I have a copy of the cap versus repair CE you're going to do? No, Fred. Susan Anderson, why are we responsible for figuring out such complicated info to decide their penalties? You are correct, Susan, but it's not as bad as you. Next year is going to be better than this year, but let's slide through some of this stuff. And really, ACA isn't Affordable Care Act. It's Accountants Compensation Act, because we are going to have a lot more work to do and we are going to get paid. And Joanne's is page 21 in the text. Okay. Individual Shared Responsibility Payment, ISRP. Your clients are going to refer to it as the penalty. I'm trying to refer to it as the Individual Shared Responsibility Payment for not having health insurance. Your clients are going to call it the penalty. You don't want this to devolve into a terrible political discussion, especially if you have to have it 300 times a year with every client. So the Individual Shared Responsibility Payment is the lesser of two things. The sum of the monthly payment amounts for each individual in the shared responsibility family, or the sum of the monthly average bronze plan premiums for the shared responsibility family. What? It's complicated. So let me show you something a little that I thought was easier, especially if you're a visual person. I assume you can see me move the mouse. So I stole this from the Internal Revenue Service. They did a kind of a watered down 50 minutes at the tax practice at the forum this summer, but this was a great slide, I thought, so I helped myself to it. So in 2014, the uninsured would pay 1% of household income or a flat dollar penalty of $95 per adult, and 50% of that amount for children under 18. It's not 1% of AGI, of course. We're going to talk about what it's 1% of. The flat dollar amount is capped this year at $285, at 3 times the adult penalty. In 2015, the penalty increases to 2% of household income. Again, there's a special definition of household income. Or $325 per adult, 50% per individuals, capped at 3 times the adult rate, or $975. We are now starting to talk about some real money. 2016, when this is fully phased in, the penalty would be 2.5% of household income, or $695 per adult, 50% for each individual in a household under 18, capped at 3 times the adult rate, which is $2,085. Now, that is a lot of money for a working class family who doesn't have health insurance. So I think an important takeaway, and I'm going to show you something, I actually uploaded it. I had talked about during I presented this in live 9 times at this point. So the first couple times in talking with other students, we talked about, wow, there really should be a handout. So the guy who does owe $95 this year realizes what it would be the second and third year out. So we talked about maybe making up an Excel spreadsheet that you could punch in a couple of key numbers, hand it to someone and say, well, if all things are equal, this is what you have. Drake has such a thing, so I'm sure some of the other tax packages must. And I'll show you, I gave it to you not in the text, but it's going to show up in a slide, and if you went to that link, it is in the link. Melinda says, is it the 1% per person or all together? It's 1% of the household, Melinda, for not having minimum essential coverage, but it is split out by month. It's 1% of the entire income for the household. So not one. So if you had 5 uninsured people, it's not 5%, if that's the question. Sean Reed says, this is where the math will be important. Yes, Reed. Yes, Sean, because 1% moving the decimal is difficult. All right. Now let's put this into words. So the penalty is the greater of a flat dollar amount or a specific percentage of income. For 2014, the penalty amount then is the greater of $95 per adult, $47.50 for each child under the age of 18 for the entire year, capped at 3 times the adult rate, or 1% of income over the tax filing threshold. So it's the greater of the flat dollar amount or 1%. Melinda says, if half the family is insured and half is not, would it be the same 1% as if they were all uninsured? Yes. We're going to talk about that. Okay. So this has me, Melinda, perfect, thanks. Okay, so threshold amount. This had me going, and it probably didn't have you going. I used to think of this as the filing requirement. So the threshold amount simply means the filing requirements. The individual shared responsibility payment is based on the household income above the threshold amount. The threshold amount, to me, was always the filing requirement. So for a married couple during 2014, the threshold amount is $12,400 for the standard deduction plus 2 dependent exemptions of $3,950. So the total threshold amount is $20,300. Adele has a good question. To be clear, the penalty is per year or per month of non-coverage. Okay, Adele, I'm going to say both. Here's what it is. The penalty is 1% for the year, but it's prorated to the number of months of non-coverage. If we start introducing that too early, this is confusing enough. It confuses everybody. So just to go back for a minute to kind of round out what Adele and Melinda are asking. So if I had coverage for 7 months and didn't have it for 5, and I don't have an exception available for those 5, I would pay 5 over 12 times my penalty. So we first figure out what my applicable penalty is, and then we take 5/12 of it because I had 5 months of non-coverage. If that's not clear to anyone, just speak up. I won't say your name, but I'll go over it again. Okay, no one's speaking up. Okay. So I found, this is funny, this filing threshold for most people is in the 1040 instructions, and it's also in the 8965 instructions. 8960, so I just thought it's funny that they reproduced the table. So here's the table, and you're welcome to steal it if you want it. And it's just convenient to look at. Now, something to keep in mind is dependent exemptions don't fall into this, right? So it's the standard deduction plus the taxpayer and spouse exemption amounts, right? No dependents. So let's do this sample calculation together. It's on page 22 in your text. And this is going to be a tough one for me doing this with no feedback from anybody. So what I'm going to ask is, if this isn't clear, I'm happy to go over it a second time. Just put up your hand or put up something on the other side, and I will happily take a look at it for you, and we'll go back over it one other time. So, facts, I'm a single individual with no dependents, and this is my kind of client. No minimum essential coverage for any month, right? Go big or go home. No extra math involved here. They didn't do it all year. You have a conversation with them, and they don't qualify for any exemptions. Household income is $40,000. And their filing threshold is $10,150. The filing threshold comes from the standard deduction for a single person and that person's exemption, the taxpayer's exemption, is $10,150 for 2014. So when I have to do two calculations, take the higher of the two. Percentage of income is $40,000 less the filing threshold gives me a income of $29,850 subject to the payment, individual shared responsibility payment. For 2014, the percentage is 1%, which is $298.50. The flat dollar amount we know is $95 per adult, $47.50 per child. There's only one adult, so it's $95. The individual shared responsibility penalty is the higher of the two, the $298.50 or the $95. So this person's penalty will be $298.50 this year. Now, two thoughts for you. The first thought is that if we go down 3 years, the penalty would be the higher of $695 or $750. This guy's going to owe a $750 penalty in year 3. Maybe he doesn't elect to get health insurance. One other thing we need to consider, and this is under the 4th grade rule of show all work. If the individual shared responsibility penalty is the percentage method, the percentage method is capped at what it would cost to buy the national average bronze plan for the household. So the national average bronze plan is $204 per person for 2014. We know this because the health insurance rates for 2014 have been out for over a year. So that is the actual number. So this person had one member of the household. It's $204, 12 months of no coverage. So the maximum penalty he will pay is $204 times 12, which is $2,448. So you only have to make that calculation if they're subject to the percentage method, because the percentage method is capped, and this is usually where we start to lose people. Oh, so Adele's question. I get the 5/12, but multiplied by what? The greater of 1% of household income or 95? Adele, first you arrive at what their penalty should be, and it's the higher of those two. Then you take 5/12. Oh, never mind. Answer my own question. I'm sorry. All right. So I'm going to move on. I don't see any questions on the ISRP for a single individual. Okay. So this slide, again, talks about the cap. So the penalty for anyone that has, the cap for the penalty for anyone that has a percentage method penalty. The penalty is capped at the cost of the national average bronze plan premium for each member of the household for up to 5 members of the household. So you would multiply, so if they have a percentage method, you would test for to make sure it's not capped by multiplying the number of members of the tax household times $204 times the number of months of no coverage. Now, I've been asked, Give me an example where this would actually come into play. And again, you're getting the advantage here of me having done this live a number of times. So, perfect example. I embezzle $1 million. As you all know, that's taxable. I get caught in 2015, and I'm incarcerated, and I've been convicted. So for 2015, I have an exemption. I'm incarcerated. I'm all set. For 2014, I didn't have health insurance. So the first thing is we take the $1 million, and we reduce it by my threshold. Single individual, one dependent, $10,150. Let's just round it off to $10,000 for a minute. $1 million minus $10,000 is $990,000. 1% of $990,000 is $9,990. Well, in this example, I would be capped at the bronze plan, $204 times 12 months, or $2,448. And then hopefully one of you will do an offer and compromise for me while I'm in jail, so that I don't have to pay that tax bill. Okay. Lane wants to know, is it poll time? That must be small bladder time. But yes, Lane, thank you for the reminder. It is time for a poll. And, this is a good one. So for 2014, which tax software package do you use? Drake, Ultra Expensive, Lacerate, or ProSystem FX? There were no more room for choices, so I would have liked to have asked for, I'm asked to define what household income is. Barry, we're going to get to that. The reason I have not defined it yet is I'm trying to keep it simple for a moment, but that's a valid question. Tom O'Connor, is there a mechanism for collecting a penalty? Yes, cash, check, or charge. Tom, we're going to talk about that in a minute, but the short answer is the penalty is included on the tax return. And Fred, where is Pro Series? I guess I just could have called Lacert all into it. There was only room for 5, Fred. That would have been a better choice, maybe, as Pro Series. Sorry about that. Wow, 36% of you are using another package. Okay. So we're going to close the poll. I'm going to share the poll for you. So 37% are using another package, 35 use Drake, 20 use UltraTax. Maybe I'll come up with a better poll tomorrow. How about that, Fred? Tax-wise, I see that. You know, Melinda, I thought about putting up tax-wise/ATX, but it wouldn't let me add anything else. And again, the reason we're doing these polls is that I have to test that people are there, and if you answer the majority of the polls, you're entitled, it shows that a live person was watching, and you're entitled to your CE. These are the IRS rules that you test no less than every 25 minutes. So now that I know how to use this application, you should now be seeing the bronze plan page, where we're back to talking about this. Okay. So, very apropos, Tom O'Connor, the 2014 shared responsibility payments are payable when you file your 2014 income tax return. If the penalty applies for less than a calendar year, it's prorated to 1/12 of the annual penalty for each month without coverage. So let's do an ISRP for a family for a moment. Married with 3 children under the age of 18. Again, my favorite kind of client. Either you do it all year or you don't do it at all. No minimum essential coverage for any month. They don't qualify for any exemptions, you asked. And household income is $70,000 with a filing threshold of $20,300. So, under the 4th grade rule of show all work, first, we do the percentage of income method. $70,000 minus $20,300 is $49,700. For this year, that would be a penalty of $497. For those of you that sat through algebra in 9th grade and said, when am I ever going to use this? Well, here you go. We have 2 people, 2 adults, $95 each. We have 3 children under the age of 18, so $95 divided by 2 is $47.50. $47.50 times 3 plus the $190 comes to $332.50. As we've talked before, this is capped at $285, 3 times the adult rate. So for 2014, the individual shared responsibility payment for this family is the higher of $497 or $332.50, which is $497. And again, under the 4th grade rule of show all work, $497 is less than $204 times 5 people in the household times 12 months. Sean Wesley wants to know, is a partial month considered a full month? Yes, Sean, it is. If you have minimum essential coverage for 1 day, it's considered for the full month. We work a little bit with insurance for some of our clients with doing some HR work for them. And generally speaking, most health insurance policies are starting and canceling at the beginning of a month. So, or in some cases, backdating to the start of a month. So you shouldn't see too much. I started in the middle of the month. But yes, any part of a month is considered a full month. Susan, hello. Does household income include the income that the kids earned if they were also employed? Sometimes maybe. Isn't that a great answer? We're going to cover that in a few slides. So Susan's question is, are the other members of the household, she asked children, but I'm even going to expand that, are other members of the tax household, does their income come into play? And the answer is yes, but we're going to talk about this in a little bit. So let's do a head of household calculation. No one seems to be saying that there's a concern. So John is an unmarried 35-year-old. He lives with his 11-year-old daughter, Lindsay. You determined that John will file using the head of household status for 2014. John's Form W-2 shows income of $73,000. He earns $50 of interest. You notice that the Form W-2 does not indicate he has health insurance. Being the diligent tax practitioner that you are, you inquire about the possibility, did he have it during the year? And the answer is, why, yes. He started on the company health insurance in July, so he had 6 months worth of coverage. So now we get to this need to make a calculation, to apportion. So the adult penalty is $95. The child penalty for a child under 18 the entire year is 1/2 of that amount, or $47.50. So the maximum flat rate penalty is 3 times the adult rate of $285. So of course the $142.50 is lower than $285. So his applicable flat rate penalty is $142.50. Yes, your tax software will be doing this for you, but you need to have a reasonable basis to understand the software doing it correctly, especially, I think, early in the season. Determine the percentage. Household income is $73,050. $13,050 threshold leaves income subject to penalty of $60,000. The applicable percentage this year is 1%, so John's annual penalty is $600. Since the percentage is larger, that is the applicable penalty, but we have to limit it to the number of months where he did not have coverage. So we take the monthly amount, and we take the $600 divided by 12. We arrive at a $50 per month penalty. Months without coverage were 6 months, so my penalty is $300 this year. Math Matters, unlike some other webinars, seem to be convinced of, all right, so I think that's Catherine. So I think Catherine Morgan is telling me that she appreciates that we're saying that math matters. I think it's important, again, for those of you that think this is a little too basic or a little bit under, we had to make decisions about what would work, what we thought was important and what wasn't, and what we thought the understanding for folks would be. And I thought filling out the forms might be a bit too basic, but I didn't think having an understanding of where these numbers might come from would be a problem. And again, Drake does a great job, and they have or are repairing the error they had. But again, there's a lot to this, and your software may make mistakes, and the people that are most likely to have these penalties are going to be your early season filers. And we won't even mention the people coming in the door who are new, so that you have to sit with. Tim Graham is asking a question. Tim, I'm going to cover, if it's okay, we're going to talk about that in a little bit, okay? And Terry is asking the same question as Tim about the 3 months. All right, I'm just going to mention here, yes, you folks are right. There's a 3-month exclusion available that would come into play, but I think it would convolute this a little bit too much to bring it in this early. So we're not, we're going to talk about it. Yes, it exists. I didn't bring it in this early. So you feel free to give me feedback on that if you think I should have. In earlier versions of the live presentation, we didn't talk about the bronze plan until midway through this. Oh, by the way, and that just threw people for a loop. So we started introducing it earlier as well, again, simply to what seems to make sense and what seems to be the most help for people. Because, again, the goal here is for you to take something away that helps you in your practice, not merely get some continuing education credits. So This is less valuable now than it was. In early November, Lacert had their software out, and we had all been speculating what some of these calculations might look like, and this is what Lacert's individual shared responsibility worksheet looks like. And again, as Adele alluded to in a question with us, was that don't they do it monthly? And the answer is yes, Adele. We take what the penalty would be for the whole year, and we extrapolate back by month to arrive at the annualized penalty, because there could be months where you had insurance, months where you didn't, and months where you qualify for an exemption. I think this lays it out very nicely. If you're looking at it, you should be able, if you do a quick review, you should be able to say, well, wait a second. I know I told my software these 3 months he was exempt, or these 6 months he applied for an exemption. So anyway, but this is the calculation. This is what it looks like. If this layout by Lacert very closely follows the worksheet in the instructions. Marty tells me somebody said math doesn't matter. Oh my gosh. Jeannie Knight, where did I get the bronze plan from? Jeannie, this is the beautiful thing. The bronze plan is a national number, and it's one of those numbers that will be provided to us by the IRS every year. What's really cool is, unlike needing to wait for Congress to act or the start of the year, it's based on a real number. So 2014 insurance, most of the insurance companies had that out in November or December of 2013. So sometime probably around January, we knew this. So what's great about that is the 2004 number is the national average cost of a bronze plan. It is a provided number. It's provided so early that it's in the draft instructions for the 8965 for the penalty form. So that's where the number comes from. So my apologies for not making that clear. That's a case where it kind of doesn't matter. It's no calculation, no lookup. It's a given. And for every return, every 2014 tax return you do, that will be the number, 204, for purposes of the bronze plan penalty. So what information documents are going to be issued in 2014? So you're going to be issued anyone who purchased insurance will be issued a Form 1095-A. 1095-A shows all of the information you need to compute an 8962, the premium tax credit, and to reconcile any advance. All the data is on this 1095-A. It will be sent by January 31st, 2015. Interestingly enough, if you're like me, you have clients who essentially never want to get back to the missing documents. Well, it's this or it's that, or they try to tell you what the document has on it rather than provide the document. The dog ate it. I can't get my W-2. The police I'll be arrested if I try to go to the employer. With respect to those things, the 1095-A, due diligence, you must see it, they must produce it. Interestingly enough, they should be able to call to get it, but more interestingly, it's supposed to be available online. So if you're like me, you all have clients who come in. If you do any part of the return with people in the office, of course, they say, oh, I forgot that. Let me use your computer. Now, you should be telling them when they want to use your computer that the Safeguards Rule of the Gramm-Leach-Wiley Act and Section 7216 both specifically preclude you from letting someone else use your computer. And if you're not doing that, you should. Now, that being said, though, all these folks are not going to remember this document. You need to communicate in advance. You should be sending out an email and a letter. I mentioned in previous classes, and I'm seeing a couple responses from people that they're doing this, you probably have computers sitting in your basement or in your closet that used to run Windows XP and can't be upgraded. I would take one, re-image it to only have XP on it, put it on your office network so it has internet access and printer, but don't put it on the tax network. Put it on they can't have access to your files, but they can have access to your internet and your printer. And tell them that's the courtesy computer. Send them out to the lobby. To pick on my friend Fred Stein for a minute, Fred has worksheets he wants his clients to fill out, and they're not going to sit down with anyone until they do it. The same thing here. You can say, I can't even begin to do your return without your health care information. If you need it, you can use our lobby computer. I would suggest that as part of instituting a courtesy computer for your customers, that you further make sure that it's in the written procedures that someone in your office clear the cache every day so that all the private data that someone might accidentally leave on there is removed. So looking at a couple of questions. Will 1095A be issued only if the insurance was purchased by the marketplace? Yes, Pamela. The 1095A is for marketplace policies, so the marketplace will issue them, and all policies will be issued one. It's lockstep. If you have a 1095A, it was a marketplace policy. If it was a marketplace policy, you will get a 1095A. Why is Tioni mad at me, Fred? Okay, so, and this is why you need to see it, Pam. The 1095A will show documentation of coverage by month, the premiums you paid, and advanced payments of the premium tax credit. All important so you can reconcile it. I believe it is also going to show the cost of the appropriate second lowest cost silver plan, SLCLP, I think that the IRS has been calling it, and we'll talk about why that's important. But we won't have to look that stuff up. It should be here for us, which is great. Sharon Griffith, how do we keep copies of these marketplace docs? I absolutely would keep the 1095A just like a W-2, Sharon. It shows that I saw it. It shows that what's on it. To be honest with you, I don't know how well your software is going to check some of these things. We've had some fun playing with Drake, putting in numbers, instead of $4,700 for the annual premium, we put in $470, and guess what? It doesn't say that's an unrealistic premium, and it calculates the wrong premium tax credit. And I'm just concerned because we review returns that other folks do. So those of you with larger practices, if your software doesn't have, double entry for things like the 1095A, you have to consider how you're going to change your review process because, of course, too, this is a refundable credit. You have due diligence requirements. Probably if there's a lot of fraud, it'll be auditable, just like an earned income tax credit. How about copies of their insurance cards, Medicaid cards? Do you feel it is necessary, Terry is asking me. And I'm going to say yes, ma'am, but we're going to talk about that in a couple of minutes, about documentation. And I have just one moment. I have a couple of private chats here. To answer the private chat, it would be $497, not $204 times 5 times 12, and we can talk about that. And Chris Petrick, have you heard how long the marketplace issuing exemptions is taking? They are claiming 2 weeks. My experience has been closer to 30 days on the Federal Exchange. So for things that you need to do, Chris, but we're going to talk about this in a little bit, my advice is you need to be emailing your clients now. You should be able to group them, especially if you have folks that are going to qualify for a religious exemption or conscientious objectors to Social Security tax. I'm specifically thinking Amish. If you have communities like that, I would be getting a hold of them now, get their 4029 letter. If you don't have it, send it in. You'll get this done now. They'll get their exemption, and it's one less thing to do during tax season. We're going to have a situation this year, we'll talk about this too, if you have to, let's say your typical return, average return takes you an hour, and your average conversation and data gathering and record keeping and fighting with people is 15 minutes on healthcare issues. That means you will either do 25% less returns, have 25% more extensions, or have 25% more staff. So we want to push as much of this stuff into now, into pre-busy season as we can. Question. Would you send letters to your elderly Medicare people? I am afraid to confuse them. Well, Terry, I'll say this out loud. If you already know they're over age 65, is anyone not, if anyone is, they're on Medicare, I don't know how much additional documentation I would want, other than maybe a Medicare person to ask them, especially if they're older. From a due diligence standpoint, I have to ask the question, do you have insurance? Did you have minimum essential coverage? Did you have Medicare all year? Make it easy for them. If they come back and say, oh, yes, and it's believable, then I would check the box. Now, conversely, somebody who's 50 years old and is getting Social Security disability, all Social Security disability holders, I believe, are not on Medicare. So if that person said to me, I have Medicare and I don't, so I'm exempt, that person I have a duty to inquire, and I would probably say, can I see a copy of the card, a copy of the award letter, a copy of something, and stick that in my file. And maybe that's a subtle difference, but that's what we're going to do. There's also a bit of a difference, too, if it's somebody that I won the lottery. They just showed up this year to be my client, as opposed to somebody who's been my client for a while. Fred's question, how do we determine if a policy is minimum essential coverage? Generally speaking, Fred, I think all health insurance is minimum essential coverage these days. There was a concern to me with some of these religious exemptions and the issue with Hobby Lobby, but since they were given an exemption for the policies they're buying, I don't think that we need to concern. I think if they have health insurance and it's from a company you've heard of, I'd go with it being MEC and move on. Because otherwise, I don't know about you, I don't want to sit there and go through 29 lists. Do you? Okay. So new Form 8962, annual and monthly contributions are in Part 1. Part 2 is the premium tax credit, the claim they're entitled to, and the reconciliation. Anyone who had an advance credit, even if they're otherwise not required to file, must file to reconcile that credit this year. So you have an interesting question. If you have a practice where you have people that don't need to file every year or call and ask if they need to file, you need to add to your theory worksheet, did you receive an advanced premium tax credit? Repayments of the excess of advanced payment are on Part 3. Shared policy allocations and alternative calculations for marriage are Part 4, Part 5 on the second page. They're very interesting. 8962 is only computed if you have a advanced premium tax credit, only if you have a 1095A, a marketplace purchased insurance policy. So we've talked a lot about Form 1095A. As part of making this health insurance system work, I think correctly, Congress, not Congress, but the writers said we need to have everybody who has a health insurance policy that meets minimum essential coverage for any part of the year needs to get a document. So companion documents to the 1095A are the 1095B, which is issued by insurance companies. Generally speaking, that would be for an individual policy or a group plan of under 50, a non-applicable large employer. And 1095C for applicable large employers, employer-provided health insurance coverage. That will come directly from the employer. Interestingly enough, the regulations state that it's possible that you may get a B and a C, and that's fine. They know that that may happen. But under the federal Adopt a Congressman program, there's a moratorium on the issuance of 1095B and 1095C forms for 1 year. So in July of 2013, that was announced. Now, the little bitty exchanges that were set up around the country, they're new, they're building a new platform, they have so many other obligations. Congress understood it would be no big deal for them to throw together this new 1095A reporting. Large companies, though, like MetLife, who have been around 100 years, have billions of dollars in capital reserve, and have a database that they know which day of the week to mail you an offer to guarantee that you're going to open it, those companies could never get this together on time, so they get a 1-year moratorium on issuing a document that shows who's on the policy and what months they were covered. Okay. I hope this, my next poll question should be, did this bother anybody, yes or no? All right, but how can you determine if a client met minimum essential coverage if you don't have this document, if you don't have a 1095B or a 1095C? It's been suggested that you can simply ask the question and trust the client. So let me give you 2 examples. So I will pick on my friend Melinda. Melinda used to work for a government agency, so many of her clients, husband and wife even, both work for a government agency. So when we were talking about this, she's correct. If you're a prior client, you have a code double D in the W-2, it looks big enough to be what the annual amount is, I would ask you, did you still work there all year? Yes. Everybody in the household was covered? Yes. If all the dependents have the same last name as you, I'd probably check the box, document my file as to the questions, and move on. To give you an extreme example, let's say someone walks in with 3 W-2s from 3 part-time jobs of $5,000 each. They have a little bit of unemployment. It's a married couple, 2 children. You ask the person, oh, did you have a health insurance policy that covered everyone for all months of the year? Oh, yeah, yep. Oh, did you buy that through the exchange or did you have it through work? Oh, yeah, I had it through work all the time. A couple months I had it twice. Well, based on the person having 3 part-time W-2s, some unemployment, let's assume the 3 employers are known to you, say fast food places, and they don't have, they don't have health insurance plans. What do? Can you take this person at their face value, or do you have a duty to inquire? Is this like the person that claims they lived along with their 4 children on $3,000 worth of wages? You have a duty to, in my opinion, you have a duty to inquire, and you need to say to that person, Mr. Client, I understand that. I need some proof. Can you drop by the insurance cards or a copy of the policy? Because you do get a summary plan description every year for the policy. Can you bring that by for me? And if they hesitate, on the one hand, you can lose a client very quickly. But on the other hand, you can gently say to the client, your penalty, your individual shared responsibility payment is $180. What if we put that on? I know you're in a hurry for your refund. What if we put that on the return, get you your refund, and if you happen to come up with that documentation in the next 3 years, why don't you bring that in, and I'll get you this other $180 back. It'll be there for you. So there's a question coming in. John, I thought at one point I saw on that applications for an ECN have to be in by January 15 for a 2014 ECN. If that's coming up soon, tomorrow or shelve it. Catherine, let me say this to you. My understanding is there's actually, I think, a 3-year window to go and apply for any of these exemptions. So you may have situations where the person comes in and, your April 10th filer who's got 100 other issues and he didn't have health insurance. You interview him, and we're going to talk about some of these exemptions, 80-20 rule. I think most of your clients are going to fall into 2 or 3, but then there's another dozen. And some of the other dozen are super subjective. So you're going to end up making a decision on how to file your client, and we're going to talk about that as we come up to it. So I want to mention here what information is supposed to be reported in the 1095 B or C, because if you follow my logic for a minute, without the exemption for 1 year, everyone should be receiving a 1095 series document. So assuming there's not a further delay, next year, everybody who has health insurance will have their name on a 1095A, B, or C. Therefore, you will want to obtain those documents, look at it, and you will know with surety what months, who was covered where, by what policy. It'll still be involved. It'll be a lot easier than this year. But for this year, let me share with you what's supposed to be on them, and then we're going to back into maybe what you want to collect from people. Name, address, employer identification number, the name of the person required to file the tax return, the name, address, and taxpayer identification number or date of birth of the responsible individual. Now, there's a provision here that the issuing agency for the 1095B or C can make a good faith effort to obtain your tax ID number, and if they don't have one or they can't get it, they're allowed to just use your date of birth. So what's interesting, I think, is this is for somebody that a child was born in December, I think, most obviously. But interestingly enough, the regulations prohibit the use of the TIN matching to determine if the name and TIN are the same. So we may have issues where numbers don't match and names don't match. For each individual covered by the policy, the months which the individual was enrolled in coverage and entitled to receive benefits will also appear on here. We do need to do one more poll. I'm going to do it towards the end of the hour. Information regulations required on Form 1095B also include the name, address, and the EIN of the employer-sponsored plan, if any, if the plan was bought through the exchange by the employer. And finally, just in case they change, you want to add anything, finally, any other information specified in the forms or instructions, because forms or instructions for Forms 1095B and 1095C are not out there. Oh, Linda Turner, how is the ACA going to work with multifamily households? I promise you we're going to get to that. And confusingly is the answer. On a 1095C, pretty much the same information as the A and B, except certification as to whether the employer offered insurance to its full-time employees and dependents, and what the minimum cost would have been for the least expensive policy that person could have purchased. This is going to be important when we talk about the affordability exemptions. Okay, so interestingly enough, there'll be no reporting for Medicare B because that's not minimum essential coverage. Same thing with self-insured wellness or retiree benefits. There will be no reporting. Some interesting information here for those of you that live in company towns where you see a lot of people that work for one agency. There's provisions in the regulations that control groups are allowed flexibility in information reporting. So if someone works for a GE subsidiary, they might get a W-2 from company X but get a 1095-C from GE. That's allowed. The idea here is that they don't want to make someone have to do what could be something simple and make it more complex than it needs to be. For statutory employees, the plan sponsor is responsible for the reporting. So if I'm a statutory employee, I don't think we have any more milk drivers, right? But typically if I work full-time for a life insurance company, I receive a W-2, but I file a Schedule C to report the income. What they're saying here is whoever sponsors that medical plan, typically the employer of the statutory employee, they will be responsible for reporting the information and not the insurance company. And I thought that was interesting enough to pick it out. Medicare Advantage insurers are not considered minimum essential coverage, so they will not file a 1095-B or a 1095-C either. Okay. Interesting here on government employees, as they have not decided whether government agencies are going to need to issue a B or a C. It looks like they should, but I just wonder if that's going to end up being an exemption, which would not be cool, I think, because we still have the issue of how long someone is insured. You know, the W-2 shows they had insurance, but it doesn't show necessarily for how long. Here's where we talked about the ability to, if they don't have the TIN, they can make reasonable attempts. And combined reporting, interestingly enough, there's a 7216 and a HIPAA exception that the 1095 and the W-2 can go in the same box if needed. Can go in the same envelope. Reporting entities are allowed to use truncated TINs on this, now on these statements. Originally they weren't, but now they are. In the year of someone dies, reporting is required. 1095 will come out for them. This is going to be interesting too. You know, I don't know about you, but a lot of my clients forget to tell employers that they moved. So I think if they forget to tell the exchange that they moved, that 1095-A may not show up. Not to mention there could be some errors because various things, prices would have changed when they moved, at least in New York. Health insurance is priced by county, so it's very important that they report that they moved. A couple of quick questions here. Steve Beck, will we get a 1095 from people covered by COBRA? Steve, I guess if it's an exchange, if it was a shop policy issued by the exchange, but my gut says no. My gut says that they will not get a 1095. But the neat thing about COBRA is they get a bill every month, right? I mean, you know, typically the employer or the third-party administrator sends you a bill, and you write a check out to either the third-party administrator or the employer. So I think those folks will be pretty easy to show. Bring me your bills, bring me your canceled checks. Tom O'Connor, is every company going to need to issue a 1095-A? A 1095-A will only be issued for a policy purchased by an individual on the exchange. So there are only 7 million people, only 7 million people purchase policies on the exchange. We get, what, 60, almost 70 million income tax returns? So 1 in 10 probably has an exchange policy and will have a 1095-A. 9 out of 10 people will not. Now, I used to own H&R Block franchises. I would have expected that based on where my offices were, not necessarily they were block offices, but based on where they were, I would have expected 50 to 60% of my people to have had an exchange policy or Medicaid based on current rules. But last place I worked, I would expect nobody would have, you know, we had a $5,000 minimum fee for a relationship. I don't know that we'd have any exchange policies. We might have, but I wouldn't have expected any. Okay, so a question has been asked about when does your client pay the individual shared responsibility payment. So maybe this is some serious confusion here. So the payment is reported and paid on the tax return. So you can see here line 61, and I've highlighted it on the screen for you. And this is actually on the draft form. We removed the word draft from it. But healthcare has its own line, line 61. Now, if they have a penalty, the penalty is done on a worksheet. And you just write the number here on line 61. If they have full year coverage, you check the box and move on. It just seems I don't know, anticlimactic, because after all this work and all this conversation, I'm going to check a box or handwrite a number. Presumably, the government will be able to double check the payment calculation. Are they going to be able to check full year coverage this year? No. I do have a concern that any 2014 income tax return examination, they will absolutely audit health insurance. It's not in the IRM yet. I mentioned it to an examiner the other day. He rolled his eyes and said, yeah, I guess I'm going to have to go get training on that, right? So I don't know. It's going to be very interesting, though, how this happens. And I would want documentation, which we're going to talk about. So the question becomes, when is it due? It's due with this tax return. They owe it. The law is clear. They owe this penalty. Individual shared responsibility payment, penalty, whatever you'd like to call it. Now, you will have clients who don't wish to pay it. So I want to talk just quickly about this. So for those of you that do representation work, and in a live room I'd ask you to put up your hands, but for those of you who do representation work, it's unclear yet if the ISRP will have its own TC code, transaction code. So let's assume that it does. Presumably, if it has its own transaction code, when you don't pay your bill, the IRS will realize that's not what you're paying, and they will not use lien or levy authority. Now, don't get me wrong. They're going to bill you. They're going to chase you. They just can't lien, can't levy. So probably something. Let's use a couple of examples. Example number one, I owe no income tax, but I have an ISRP this year. And my ISRP is $295. I don't wish to pay it. So I file my tax return. On one hand, if there's a transaction code that the IRS creates, they will realize that the only thing on my account is that. They will bill me, but not lien or levy me. In the event I did get a lien or levy, on the one hand, I would hope that I could call practitioner priority service and get someone competent to wake up, look at it, and say, hey, it's only 5,000A penalty. You can't lien or levy this under 5,000A. What are you going to do? And then maybe they can put a hold on it. Maybe not. My other on the lien or levy, but that's only for a limited period of time. My suspicion is that it's going to have to let it go first to a notice of intent to levy, and then the final notice of intent to levy. And Amanda Kendall, what is the form number for the final notice of intent to levy? I forgot. But once that comes, you can go to a collection CDP hearing or a 1058. Thank you, Amanda. So at my CDP hearing, after the guy stops laughing at me, I will say the entire amount you were trying to lien or levy me to take an adverse collection action on is 5,000A, and we both know you can't do that. So after the guy gets done laughing at you, he will put it on hold, and there will be no more attempt to lien or levy. Now, how much of your time do you want to spend to do that? How much of your client's money do you wish to spend on that? One second example, and then we can move on. Second example would be, instead, I owe $500 and my $285 penalty. I don't want to pay the $285 penalty. I write out my check for $500. With the help of my tax professional, I write across the face of it. Please apply to 2014 Form 1040 income tax only and not to 5,000A penalty, ISRP penalty. Send it in, certified mail. Check my transcript, make sure it gets applied correctly. Same thing. You can do this when the notice shows up. Press the transcript, make sure it's clear. If a notice shows up, they can't lien or levy. You may end up, again, having to call practitioner priority service to make sure that money is correctly applied to the transaction code for the current year income tax and not to the transaction code for the penalty. So my thinking here is I'm going to have a document made up and available that explains where to call, who to talk to, and if they don't wish to pay, if they come in and tell me they want to exercise their rights to not have that penalty collected. Because again, they owe it and they should pay it, and personally I think that should be our professional opinion, is that they pay it. But they should be encouraged to do that. But if not, I don't know if you want to get involved with this. They won't want to pay it. Now, I'll pay you the fee to have you get this put on hold, and they're ultimately going to pay it anyway. Now, as a tool, for those of you that do rep work, certainly somebody with a several $1,000 ISRP over several years, this may be the tool that helps you avoid the lien or levy, get them under $50,000 for a streamlined plan. I don't know, but it's something to it's something for you to be able to use as a tool. Keep in the back of your mind. David, I don't understand the question. It should be in all those things are in the link, and the link I shared. But here's the link again for those of you that need the Dropbox link for the documents. Here you go. Okay, so let's talk about a summary. And then I'm going to do the poll, and for probably the second time in my life, I was on time with something. So for 2014, everyone must have minimum essential coverage, or an exemption for the months they don't have it, or make a shared responsibility payment for the months that they don't have it. Minimum essential coverage is reported on the tax return on line 61 by checking the box. Exemptions are reported on Form 8965 that you file with the tax return, and we're going to talk about that in detail tomorrow. The shared responsibility payment is also reported on the tax return, also on line 61. Okay, so let me do the poll, because I do, for those of you that need to leave, this is 2 hours. Okay. And this is fun. Okay. So for those of you that watch television, I miss television. I've been too busy to watch it. And Terry Schoonover, yes, they can use offset authority. They can take it out of future refunds. They can take the penalty out of your state refunds. Probably they can take it out of any other federal or state payment you receive. They just can't use lien and levy authority. Michael Flaser is asking if I'm the only one that my voice has been cutting out today. Is anyone else experiencing that? Would you just share it so that I know maybe there's a place that has a problem? Kimberly, you're right. I should have put Batman in there. I'm sorry. I'm not a DC guy sometimes. And Catherine, yes, you're right. The doctor should have been a choice, but then that gives us 13 separate versions. Okay. Oh, Melinda says I've been cutting out. Okay. Sorry about that. Terry also likes the doctor. Oh, Lynn sent me a big one. Hang on. Oh, so let me close the poll. Share the poll. John, Mike. Mike. All right. This is, if you guys want to stay, this question we're going to talk about it tomorrow, but it's kind of important here. John, my question has to do with IRS guidance re a small C or S corps where there is no group plan, shareholders are employees, employee account less than 10, and the CRS either pays directly the shareholder or reimburses the shareholder. How do we write up our clients to handle this on the marketplace? So do any of you know who, you probably all know who, you can't put up your hands. Do you all know who Deanna Whitlock is? If you do, NCPE Fellowship. She has had an ongoing dialogue when she got nowhere about this exact issue. When she got nowhere with the IRS, she took it to Nina Olson, the taxpayer advocate. Nina Olson has one attorney on her staff who is solely tasked with Affordable Care Act issues. This guy has been trying to get an answer and get us guidance, and there is no answer, which just blows my mind. If you would like a copy of that email, I don't want to share it publicly because I'm a member and membership is supposed to have its benefits. But if you would like a copy of the email, I will share it with you. Email John at Tax Practice Pro. I will share the email. So the current guidance is there is no guidance. So when the attorney, and one of the attorneys doing ACA work has been asked, does not have an answer, cannot get an answer from the service. So with respect to that, for my S Corps, both my own and clients, right now today, if I had to do my return, and I have some clients that need early returns with respect to financial aid stuff. We are going to do what we have done in the past, which is premiums in box 1, nothing in box 3 or 5, no Social Security on the premiums. That's it. That's what we're doing. If something could, why change? If there's no guidance, might mean there's no need to change. So that's what we're going to do. So, all right. So that's interesting. One person who I know is on an iPad today tells me my voice is cutting out, but another person I know who's using a mobile connection told me it was fine. So I'm really sorry that you're not having an issue. I have 2 employees of mine in the other room even on, and I'm not hearing there's a technology issue. I mean a cut in and out issue, and we're probably draining our bandwidth with 3 people using, plus the phones are VoIP as well. So I'm sorry that there's a problem. I believe I'll see if we can arrange for telephone tomorrow. If we can arrange for some folks to dial in, I'll provide the dial-in number for those of you that are having trouble. So send me an email if you're having trouble, and I will, if I get the number, I'll make sure I can get it. So I'm zipping through all of you folks. Okay, so it's all comments. I would like a copy of the email, please. Okay. So what are you saying to me, Ron? NCPE was empathetic about the S-Corp issue, and they're in accord with them, John. Okay, so you're saying that what I'm saying and when the 3 of us are saying the same thing, Ron? If I'm not, let me know. Let's see. Follow up for the S-Corp. Oh, so for S-Corps, does it remain a tax-free benefit? So for those of you that have a C-Corp, I'm sorry, the question is if you have a C-Corp, is it a tax-free benefit? Well, again, you need to, if you have employees, you're supposed to offer the employees the same as the shareholder. But yes, it would continue to be a tax-free benefit. Okay, so Ron is, all right, so Ron Vanuzzi is telling me when he went to NCPE seminars, they're saying the same thing that I'm saying. So, okay, so we're all in the same place here. Okay, lots of folks that want the S-Corp. Would you provide a recording of the webinar? Marcella, how are you? I didn't know you were on. Yes, I'm going to, as I didn't say anything stupid or bad, just that part about me not knowing how to use my technology. So that'll be everybody's laugh of the day. Yes, this is going to be available online after we do the second one tomorrow. So if there are employees of the S-Corp, Joanne asks, is there a problem? I think the issue, Joanne, is that maybe because you then might have, the issue is that on the one hand, yes, on the other hand, no. If I'm just providing me insurance and it's taxable to me, the only issue, and Ron, chime in here if I'm wrong, the only issue we're concerned about is whether it has become a FICA issue, whether we're supposed to be treating it all as wages and Social Security and Medicare on it or not. You could have a separate issue if it's a commercial policy, a plan, and we didn't offer it to our employees. Yeah, you may have a separate issue there, I think. And that's something to talk about with the broker. What is the employer responsibility? Oh, so let me say this. So as of right now, you've all met your 2 hours. I see no one has logged off. So if anyone needs to go, please go. But otherwise, I'm going to stay and do questions and comments with anybody who has them. What is the employer responsibility to ensure that his or her employees have coverage? Alberta, if you are 50 or more, you have an obligation to get them insurance or pay a penalty. If you have less than 50, you don't have an issue and, no obligation. Right, okay, so Ron is saying, yeah, it's only a FICA issue if it's not a group plan. If they're reimbursed, it's a FICA issue. Agree on both counts, yes. Thank you. So let's just look at some of the private messages. Someone asked if they can access the 1095 online. My understanding is absolutely. They're supposed to. So thank you for those that reminded me about my time. Okay, so I'm good. I don't see any other questions. If you don't want to post a question here and risk me saying your name, email me, John at Tax Practice Pro. Feel free to call me. We're happy to talk to you. And otherwise, we'll be happy to see you tomorrow. Have a great day. Hey, so this is John Sheeley, and this is the third and fourth hour of our Affordable Care Act seminar for 2014. The question bar is open, so if you have any questions, please key them in, and I'll be happy to look at them and respond. Otherwise, I'm going to get moving. We are still short a couple of people, but the rest of you, majority of you are on time, so let's go. So let's start with reviewing yesterday's summary. There's a question. Someone is saying you said yesterday that people with Medicaid have not minimum essential coverage. Actually, that's not true. If you are covered by Medicaid on a monthly basis where you are receiving you have a benefit card and you can go to the doctor anytime, that is actually minimum essential coverage and you're good. No penalty. And again, we've got, 66 million people on Medicaid, so thank goodness. Okay, so let's review with a summary of yesterday. So starting in 2014, all of your clients need to have either minimum essential coverage for every month for everyone in the household, or have an exemption from coverage, or make a shared responsibility payment. Minimum essential coverage is reported on the tax return. We saw yesterday that there's a checkbox, line 61. Exemptions are reported on Form 8965, which is filed with the tax return. The shared responsibility payment, if any, is also paid on the tax return that's listed on line 61 with no supporting documentation required. Oops. So Form 8965 is the exemption certificate that's attached to the tax return when an exemption applies. Part 1 is a marketplace granted exemption. Part 2 are exemptions that are for the entire household. Part 3 are exemptions for individuals. So what qualifies for an exemption? How is the exemption obtained through the marketplace? When should your client apply? And for other exemptions, how are they determined and how will your client be able to get the exemption? These are the things we're going to cover, and this is on page 11 in the text. When we talk about an exemption, the question is an exemption from what? It's an exemption from the need to have minimum essential coverage, therefore also an exemption from having to pay the individual shared responsibility payment. As we know, the ISRP is the higher of 1% of annual income less the filing requirement, or $95 per adult, $47.50 per child. And we spent a bunch of time yesterday looking at that. So here is the 8965 Part 1, Marketplace Granted Exemptions. Now, these are exemptions that have to be approved only by the marketplace and for which you are granted an exemption number, this ECN, which you can see in column C. The point here is that without this exemption, they won't be able to take the exemption. You need this actual document issued by third parties. Now, healthcare.gov is claiming they're responding within 14 days. My information from people that are in states on the federal exchange is that it's probably 30 days, more likely right now. Again, we're in New York, so we have our own exchange as some of the other states have. Part 2 of the form talks about coverage exemptions for your household that you claim on the tax return. These are things for which you won't need the exemption certificate number and for which you won't need to go to Health and Human Services. The first two, are you claiming an exemption because your household is below the filing threshold? Now, I think we've talked about this, but if not, if I'm not required to file a tax return, I'm not required to have minimum essential coverage, and therefore I am automatically exempt. If I'm claiming a hardship exemption because my gross income is below the filing threshold, me as an individual, same thing. For Part 3, we show the exemptions for individuals that are claimed on the return. So you can see down the vertical axis is a list of the people in the household and their Social Security numbers. We look up the exemption type on the instructions, which we'll talk about in a moment. And then across the y-axis, we check the box either for full year or for each month in which I had an exemption. So which exemptions qualify? There are some statutory exemptions. Now, there's a gimme that everybody who's uninsured for less than 3 months of the year gets a 3-month break on their exemption. This is a question, if we were live, I would ask, does anyone remember why? And the answer is that last year healthcare.gov didn't launch so well, so they had extended the period of time for people to enroll in healthcare, so they further said to everyone, well, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt in these extra 3 months. Another exemption that we're going to talk about is probably one of the harder things to calculate this year, is the lowest priced coverage available would be more than 8% of the household income. This is the affordability factor. And there's a worksheet just for this Form 89 in the Form 8965 instructions. Now, what's interesting is that I don't think this is a planning tool. I think this is one of the after-the-fact items where, okay, poor Mr. Client didn't have minimum essential coverage this year and doesn't appear to have any other exemptions. So let's check this 8% deal and see if we can otherwise get him out of the individual shared responsibility payment. Because again, as good tax professionals, we don't want to advocate that they don't need to pay it, but certainly if they don't have to pay it, we want to do a true return that's true and correct and minimizing their tax liability. Part of minimizing a tax liability is, of course, getting rid of any penalties that you legally can eliminate. Another statutory exemption is that if you don't have to file a tax return because you're below the filing threshold, you are exempt from minimum essential coverage. Now, probably someone with income that low probably is going to qualify for Medicaid and should look into it, should be encouraged to look into it. There's no need to apply for an exemption because just as the Internal Revenue Service sends out a CP 2000 or actually a CP 2501, hey, you didn't file a return, the same thing here. They should be able to know that you weren't required to file a return. Now, it's interesting here that someone who files a tax return merely to obtain a refund, that person will not alter the exemption. So, I made $5,000 part-time. I'm not required otherwise to file a tax return. I'm a single adult. I'm not someone's dependent. I file a return merely to get my refund. I'm still going to be exempt from minimum essential coverage. The last statutory exemption is you're a member of a federally recognized tribe or eligible for services through an Indian health services provider. Now, what's interesting here is I had asked a while back a number of people who live in areas where there are Indian tribes, and I said, well, who besides a tribal member with a tribal certificate is eligible to go to an Indian health services provider? The information I received at the time was that usually this means a spouse, but I then heard from someone else in another seminar who argued with me that that wasn't true, and I asked that person, well, who can go to an Indian health services provider that is not a member of a tribe? And this person's response was, well, I don't know, but you're wrong about the other part. So we let that one go. And that was page 14 in the text if you were looking. Other exemptions include member of a recognized healthcare sharing ministry. If you don't know what a healthcare sharing ministry is, a healthcare sharing ministry is when I don't have health insurance, but rather I pay a specified amount of money into a fund each month, and the money that goes into that fund is used to pay the healthcare or the healthcare bills of members of this collective pool. These entities are a 501c3 recognized organization. They will have a letter. They will probably have other proof as well. You'd want to see some of that proof. You're a member of a recognized religious sect with religious objections to insurance, including Social Security and Medicare. Primarily, this is aimed at the Amish, although there are probably 20 people on the list in the Internal Revenue Manual. I meant to add that list here. If you email me, or if I don't remember to send this out, email me and I'll send you the link to the list. With respect to Amish folks, my understanding is since they all have the Social Security exemption already, they have a 4029 letter from the Internal Revenue Service. You can take that letter, send it into Health and Human Services, and they will send you back an ECN number for the taxpayer and their spouse, which is good for, ECN is good forever, and they will send you an ECN for every dependent in the household, and that ECN is good through the year they turn age 21. So the only problem with that will be if these folks continue to have children, you'll need annually to resubmit any new births to get an ECN number relative to that new child. We talked about incarcerated under the, not necessarily the law and order definition, but under the Affordable Care Act definition. So someone who's incarcerated, in other words, they've been sentenced, not awaiting trial, they're sentenced, those folks would be exempt from minimum essential coverage. And further, you're not lawfully present in the United States. And this brings up, again, one of these difficult questions. In the past, if a client were to come in and you prepared a tax return for them, and they had an ITIN number, you prepared the tax return. You put the ITIN, of course, on the tax return for the taxpayer, but you would, on the W-2 screen, W-2 probably has the wrong number on it, you would put down the number that appeared on the W-2, and you'd move forward. And this is because the mission of the Internal Revenue Service is to help everyone file their tax return, pay their tax, collect the revenue. The mission, of course, of the Immigration and ICE, Immigration and Collection Enforcement, is to make sure you are legally present in the country. So I do have a concern here, and I've not gotten a satisfactory answer from an attorney. My question is that when we do offshore voluntary compliance work for people, sometimes someone will come in and they'll start with, hey, John, I have, my uncle worked in Germany all those years. And at that point, I stop them and I say, do you know the difference between confidential and privileged? For those of you that don't, confidential is you tell me something, I won't go and talk to everybody in town or any other third party about it. But if I am served with a properly prepared administrative subpoena, I can be forced to compel in a court of law everything that you have just told me. I usually end that conversation with, now, Mr. Smith, is there anything you're about to tell me that you would not want me to repeat in a court of law? And if at such time, if the client says, sometimes they're not so smart and they continue to tell you the story, but typically they say, yes, there's something I don't know that I want you to repeat. We send them off to a tax attorney that we use, and the tax attorney either sends them back and says, Sheeley's out of his mind, it's okay to tell him what you just told me, or I get a Covell letter in the mail. Covell was one of the second most brilliant tax payer in the world. George Steinbrenner was the most brilliant. He was a billionaire who died a Florida resident in a year with no federal estate tax. But this Covell, being the second most brilliant, was an alleged criminal who had committed some financial crimes that he felt were so hard to understand, that were so difficult even for an attorney to understand, that he needed to have an accountant in the room to explain it to his attorney. Now, those of you that are, again, like me, have 20 years of knowledge, legal knowledge from Law and Order, you know that presence of a third party in the room vitiates attorney-client privilege, whatever that means. So normally, the accountant in the room would take away third-party privilege, or would take away privilege. So under a Covell, properly executed Covell letter, I can be in the room. The person can say things that might otherwise incriminate themselves, and of course, I can explain it to the attorney. That lets us do different work for an attorney where someone may have a criminal matter. So stepping back to where this is just saying, where is this going? Prior to this year, if someone was not lawfully present in the United States and they were filing a tax return, we didn't ask, we didn't know, we didn't care. Now, all of a sudden, the client will be admitting in writing, this is where I live, this is where my family is, and by the way, none of us are documented besides anything else that we've ever said. So, for a couple $100 penalty, this is a serious question. Do we want our client to risk admitting to a crime while simply to save a few $100s? I don't have the answer for you, but this is something I'm bringing up. I've asked an attorney, and this particular person is telling me that I haven't heard back from the attorney. So I'm seeing a message that audio connection is not good. Can you just quickly send me a message? Is anyone else having audio difficulty? Not seeing that there is. If you're having audio difficulty, if you go back to the email, I'm getting all sorts of audio is good. If you are having audio difficulty, there is a phone number in the original email that gave you this link, and it's a New York City phone number. It's not my office, but it's the service provider. If you dial there and punch in this webinar number, you should be able to hear over the telephone. So that's something to consider. So let's move on to some of the other hardship exemptions. And some of these you're going to laugh, and to an extent I laugh at them too. You need to look at page 14 in the text if you want to follow along. So hardship exemptions. I was homeless. Okay, that's all I need to do is I need to check the box that I was homeless and move on. No supporting documentation required. Now, it's come up in some of the live seminars that, well, if I'm homeless, how do I get my mail? Well, to be very blunt, at least in my experience, many of the homeless people I dealt with, they might also have had some mental illness issues. And typically these folks did have what they would tell you was their permanent address. Whether it was a sibling or a parent or just some friend, they had an address. And more importantly, there is a concept of general delivery where you can walk into a counter, show some ID, and pick up your mail. So these things are there. So, okay, we are on slide 81. Thank you, Marta. You were evicted in the past 6 months or were facing eviction or foreclosure. Now, some of these things are not clear and are very subjective. So clearly, if I'm facing eviction or being evicted is easy. You can produce the document that says get out by this date. But facing eviction or foreclosure, we heard a story in one of the live sessions about someone who was in the process of foreclosure in a $2 million residence. They had a $2 million mortgage. Property was currently worth $1.5 million. The bank had not taken title to the property, but there was a foreclosure notice out there. These folks were living there rent-free. The woman earned $40,000, had 2 minor children, no health insurance. So the practitioner is saying, so she's exempt, right? Well, my concern here is I don't know what the letter of the law would say because that's a rather unique situation. And the regulations do say facing eviction or foreclosure, and she is, but it's also 5 years later. You received a shut-up notice or a utility company. Now, that from a utility company, that will give you a hardship exemption. But many of these hardship exemptions will only be for 3 months. In other words, any hardship exemption that's granted is granted for the month before the hardship, the month after the hardship ends. So with a shut-off notice, you might only have a 1-month hardship that month. So I would get the month before, the month of the hardship, which is when I got the shut-off notice, and the month after. Now, of course, there are all sorts of jokes out there from other practitioners, and some of you are putting them up in the questions, is I'm going to get 4 utility shut-off notices this year. That's fabulous. We don't specify, though, what a utility is. Now, I think that they mean gas, electric. Could this mean your telephone, your cellular telephone, or your internet? Maybe. Does it mean your water company? Probably. You recently experienced domestic violence is also a hardship exemption. This goes back to some of these difficult conversations we have, about the Earned Income Tax Credit, and now about people's residency in the country, the same, and people in prison, the same thing here. Gee, have you been beaten by your spouse? It's a tough conversation to have. And unfortunately, if you get to a point where a person is going to be subject to a penalty, you may want to think back and say, okay, they're living apart. I wonder why they live apart, and ask some delicate questions. Of course, they don't need to be living apart to qualify for this. So again, difficult conversation to have. You recently experienced the death of a close member is another hardship exemption. But again, it's not clear what makes close. Some of the documentation required here is rather loose as well. An obituary notice in the newspaper is going to satisfy that someone passed away. Again, this is ripe for fraud, Some other hardship exemptions that get even more subjective. You experienced a fire, flood, or other natural or human-caused disaster that caused substantial damage to your property. When we were in Pennsylvania, someone brought up a story that their home, they had a huge barn with other things in the barn. Barn burned to the ground. They had a $100,000 uncovered insurance loss. Did that qualify? Well, in looking through the regulations, it sure seems to be. It says your property, not your home or primary residence. Hardship exemption, you filed for bankruptcy in the last 6 months. Again, easy one to prove or not prove. Yeah, now this one blows my mind. You had medical expenses you couldn't pay in the last 24 months, which resulted in substantial debt. Okay, I didn't have health insurance, so I had huge unpaid, unreimbursed medical bills. Because of that, I can't afford health insurance this year. Now, again, it doesn't say here that you need to pay. It just says that I need to have it. You experienced unexpected increases in necessary expenses due to caring for an ill, disabled, or aging family member. Now, again, going back with this one and some of the other ones, like you had medical expenses you couldn't pay, these things require a compelling story, in my opinion. In other words, gathering some bills together is one thing, but much like a penalty abatement letter, you as the practitioner may need to work on writing a very compelling story for the client to accompany whatever other information they wish to send into Health and Human Services. Oh, whoop, I missed one here. So this last one is interesting. You expect to claim a child as a tax dependent who is denied coverage in Medicaid or CHIP, and another person is required by court order to give medical support to the child. So here's what's neat. You are married, now you're unmarried. You have custody of the child. Your ex-spouse is required to provide health insurance. Typically, this is through an employer. In the case that this person does not provide the health insurance, what you need to do is you need to apply for Medicaid or CHIP, and of course when you apply, one of the questions they ask is, are you eligible, is it available? You would answer yes, you will get a denial letter because there is another minimum essential coverage available to you. But you can take these two things together, which is the court document requiring that coverage be paid for by the other party, and the denial letter from Medicaid. You can submit this to Health and Human Services, and that particular person will be exempt from having to have minimum essential coverage. There are a number of miscellaneous hardship exemptions which are here. I want to draw your attention to the second bullet point. You are determined ineligible for Medicaid because your state didn't expand eligibility for Medicaid. So these, if you remember that slide from yesterday, there's 4 million people, million of them in Texas, 800,000 of them in Florida. 86% of these folks are in the South. Those states that chose not to expand Medicaid for people whose income falls between 100% and 133% of the federal poverty limit. So those folks are exempt from MEC. And you will, this is something I think a lot of us may miss. Why might we miss it? Well, if I don't live in one of those states, I have to remember that, okay, somebody with a penalty who's mailed in their stuff, I have to think about this particular penalty. I think you need to have theory checklists for the Affordable Care Act to make sure you are not missing some of these things. It's my personal opinion. That's something we're doing here. If I get it done before it gets busy, of course, I'll share that with you. So the last two, your individual insurance plan was canceled and you believe other market plans are unaffordable. This is not the 8% unaffordability. This is you just think it's unaffordable. And the last one, you experienced another hardship in obtaining health insurance. These are clearly very subjective and require a well-written story and evidence along the way for you to be able to get the exemption. So from the instructions, I've given you this table. They talk about the coverage exemptions. Now, I think it's interesting for you to notice that some of these exemptions are available both on the tax return and through the marketplace. Some are tax return only. I draw your attention to members of certain religious sects. You are a member of a recognized religious sect that has an exemption to they don't believe in social insurance. They have a conscientious objection to social insurance, including Social Security. For these folks, you may only get the exemption by submitting the documentation to Health and Human Services through the marketplace, and they will send you back the ECN for it. Now, there was some confusion on Facebook about the need to do a Form 8965 for Medicaid and TRICARE. Now, the person, I'm not singling this out, I'm a Drake user. This person happens to be a Drake user, and she was speaking about how many people she would need to do this for. And my response back to her in a private conversation was, you have this wrong. The exemption on 8965 is for people that are in limited benefit Medicaid and TRICARE programs, these test programs that we talked about. So I don't think you're going to see many, if any, of these folks, but you need to be aware that it's out there. And you need to be able to take the exemption on the tax return for folks that actually fall into that. So it's 12:24. We're going to do two things. I'm going to first give you the poll, and then we are going to look at the questions that folks have given us. So, okay, so let's have a fun one since everyone... Okay, so who's the meanest Doctor Who villain? The Weeping Angels, the Daleks, the Masters, Cybermen, or Queen Victoria? You guys can't all be Doctor Who fans, really. I should have left one that says, who is Doctor Who? There we go, Sean Reed, who is Doctor Who? I can't believe you guys aren't choosing the Weeping Angels. Oh, my God. 78% voted. Come on, 81%. Let's finish the voting. I know you're all logged in. None of you were looking at a different screen. So 2 or 3 more of you need to vote, please. I want to capture all of those votes. Please. 30 more seconds, then we're going to close it. Okay, that was a minute. I'm closing the poll. Remember, you need to answer, 4 out of these 6 so that I know you were actually there and listening to me drone on for 2 hours. So going back to questions. Okay, so back in the beginning, a couple of you asked, Sean and Marty to be specific, is the 3-month exemption just for 2014? Is the 3-month exemption for next year? So the answer is that, yes, indeed, it's not available next year. This was a one-time 2014 exemption. I wonder, though, if they have problems or if they don't have adequate enrollment and, again, extend the open enrollment period, maybe we can see it. As of right now, I understand it's a 1-year thing. Just to clarify, the filing threshold is the standard deduction plus taxpayer and spouse deduction without other dependents. Yes, that is correct. So those of you like me that used to do pencil and paper returns, or you had more of a retail tax practice where folks would call and say, hi, do I need to file this year? This is how much money I made. A filing requirement is only the standard deduction that's appropriate plus the taxpayer and spouse. So yes, that is the threshold. At least one of you got the Steinbrenner joke. Thank you. About 50 people on sound. There was an agency to get supporting documentation for domestic abuse. I can't remember. Do you know who it is? You know something? I don't know who that is, but my understanding is you do not need to submit documentation in this sensitive area. So I would imagine there's a police report filed. I know that even if you don't press charges in most states, if someone, maybe a federal law, I don't know, if someone, if police show up to a domestic abuse, a report is filed, even if neither of you are pressing charges. So a couple of Who is Doctor Who. It's like a 50-some-odd-year-old TV series published by the British Broadcasting Corporation. It's fabulous. It's on BBC America, if you haven't seen it. David Tennant, fabulous actors, my favorite doctor. Okay. Okay. And someone is reminding me the poll results are up. I will take them down. Or did I not share it? There, now I've shared the poll results, if that's what you meant. Yeah, and so I'm getting some replies here that when there's domestic violence, in many of these states, you're saying that the police do file a report, which is fabulous. So we've just gone back. So now we should be back to, I hope, the exemption codes. If we're not, someone tell me. Judy says not. Really? No, really? I can't. Not again. All right, it should now be gone. No, no, no. I hate polls. All right, I'm going to roll on while we play with this. Just so there's a question. I have a client that has two dependents that do not live in the house due to divorce. Does my client have to include their income when figuring household income? We're going to get to that, Steve, but basically, yes, if you claim a person as a dependent, you will need to consider their income for purposes of the penalties. Where do you see it? Okay. I'm just going to move on. We're on page 16 in the code. Where do you see it? Okay, so exemption code. Okay. Yeah, Diane, you're right. It's the first poll of the day that gets me. Okay, so slide 84 in the text, exemption code 16. So some of the other hardship exemptions, it's interesting to note that some of these down towards the bottom are tax return only, and some are granted by the marketplace only. So marketplace only, circumstances that prevent you from obtaining coverage. You don't have access to affordable coverage based on your projected household income. Ineligible for Medicaid because you live in a state that does not participate in the expansion, or you've been notified that your policy will not be renewed. These can only be gotten or earned through going to the exchange. A number of other ones can only be received on the tax return. That includes the 8% affordability, purchasing insurance through the marketplace during the enrollment period but have that 3-month gap, or applying for CHIP coverage during the initial period and you're found eligible for CHIP based on your application but still have a coverage gap. John, the slides aren't showing. Yes, I'm aware that there's a problem with the slides again, and it's either play with the slides or move on in the presentation. So we're moving on in the presentation. Okay, bear with me 1 second, folks, please. All right, is the poll going now, finally? All right. So applying for an exemption. If you're applying for an exemption based on coverage being unaffordable, being in a healthcare ministry, or membership in a federally recognized tribe, you have two options. You claim it on the return when you file for 2014, or you can apply online in advance. Personally, I think that you would like to get to the best that you can, have your clients doing this in advance, doing this outside of tax season. Certainly, we're going to be having these long conversations with folks, but possibly you can group your clients and know who couldn't afford insurance, who didn't have insurance, who was unemployed and may not have had insurance. Send those folks a specific email or letter. Get them in before you're busy, before February 1st. Get them in early January. Put this documentation together and apply. When you folks say the initial screen, what do you mean the initial screen? The initial screen of the poll or the initial screen of the entire webinar? The entire webinar is going, slides not up, only your information header. All right, hang on. How's that? Okay, there we go. All right. So on page 5 and page 6, I've given you a list of the the links. Sorry, on page 17, you should see the links that you need to be able to apply for exemptions on the marketplace for your clients. Application forms require the things you would expect: Social Security numbers, proof of income. If it's a healthcare sharing ministry, you need the name of the ministry. Okay, so for those of you that are on a federal exchange, healthcare.gov. For those of you that are on in New York State, it's New York State of Health, Cover California, etc. You should know which you're on. If you don't know if you're on a state exchange or not, if you go to healthcare.gov and you type in the name of your state, it does indeed direct you to the correct website, the correct site. There is an appeal process in place for folks who have some of these subjective exemption applications. And in such an event, you can appeal if they are denied. You have 90 days to request the appeal. Now, the regulations are written such that you or I can represent these clients, assist them. I don't know how much you want to be involved with it, but you can be. I don't know how much you want to charge for this, but you can. So, and as it says in the text on page 16, if you're applying for an exemption based on being in a religious sect, eligibility for services through an Indian healthcare provider, or a hardship, each one of them has their own application form. On the Health and Human Services website, it does talk here a bit about what additional documentation you need. Now, I have a concern about clients that are coming in a typical interview. We discussed that 80-20, 80% of your folks probably have health insurance, probably had it all year, but 20% of them won't, and of the 20% that don't have health insurance, some subset will qualify for each of these small items, small hardships. I don't know that you need to memorize this, but you do need to have the list available. So simply at the end of the interview, you can say, you know, maybe this is a difficult conversation, but I'd like to talk to you about these potential ways that we can mitigate the penalty. Being homeless, no additional documentation. Eviction, foreclosure, copy of the notice. Shut-off notice, you need a copy of the notice. As I mentioned earlier, if you were a victim of domestic violence, you don't need to include any documentation for that. Again, on audit, I wonder if it would be requested. You had the death of a close family member, copy of the death certificate, a copy of the death notice, or a copy of the other official notice of death. At least in New York State, unless you are the surviving spouse, it's impossible to get a copy of the death certificate these days because there's a social security number and other personally identifiable information on it. The fire, flood, natural or human-caused disaster, as a copy of the police and fire report, insurance claim, or other document from a government agency, private agency, or news source documenting the event. Now, the first time I presented this seminar, it was the second anniversary of Superstorm Sandy, and I happened to be in Pennsylvania, so we're listening to the Philadelphia TV news, and they were talking about folks that 2 years later still weren't in their home due to various things. They didn't want to raise the level of the house. They didn't want a sand dune in front of their house. But, you know, could this potentially be a continuing exemption from minimum essential coverage? I don't know, but maybe. Other documents for hardship. You filed for bankruptcy, a copy of the filing. You had medical expenses you couldn't pay in the last 24 months. It says copies of medical bills. Again, I would not simply be sending in just the medical bills. I would want to have a compelling story accompanying that, outlining all sorts of details, and, of course, supporting my statement that I couldn't afford health insurance. You experienced unexpected increases in necessary expenses due to caring for an ill, disabled, or aging family member. Same thing, copies of receipts. We don't have any guidance. Do we need it for all months, for some months? There's a message, John. Sorry, we're a little confused. You're saying that you can only claim a hardship exemption if we are pre-approved for one through the filing of an exemption. Yes. For some cases, you can go back and look, it was at page 17. Some of these exemptions you must get through Health and Human Services. They must be sent in. And you do need to send in your proof. So again, if I'm aware that I had a client burn down a house, that's okay. Somebody said, sorry, thanks. If I know of a client that had a building burned down and I suspect they may not have health insurance, or I knew they were having financial difficulty, I would want to get that client in now and gather the documentation. I, for one, don't want to be doing this in February, March, or worse, even April, helping people put together these exemptions and submit them. This is something that can be done before the start of tax season so that you can have the ECN in hand if necessary. So the last two items, I'm not going to put you to sleep for it, but item 12, we did talk about it. This is these are the people that live in a state where Medicaid didn't expand. If I lived in Florida or Texas, I would certainly be looking to get all of my clients that I think are under 133% of the federal poverty limit. I would want to be getting them in now so that we can go forth and claim, go forth and get them their exemptions. So someone is saying they can't hear me. The best I can tell you is you're the only person making the comment, so you might want to use the dial-in number that's on that original email that gave you the login number for here. So on there are a number of exemptions that can only be claimed on the tax return. One of them is those not legally present in the United States. Those with gaps of 3 months or less don't file for an advance exemption. You simply check the box when you file the tax return. File Form 8965, indicate the correct exemption code in the column, and indicate which members of the household are affected by it, some, all, or none. After you submit an application that has to be put through the marketplace, they review it and determine your eligibility. Now, the time it takes to receive a response depends on how complicated it is. I think the more subjective ones will take longer, but some of the straightforward ones, the conscientious objector to social insurance ones, should turn around very quickly. I'm aware of people in Pennsylvania that have done that with their Amish clientele. Someone else who lives, I think, in Indiana was telling me they were doing this as well, not really having a problem or an issue with it, with getting them turned around within 30 days. The marketplace then mails you a notice of exemption eligibility. If you're granted the exemption, they give you the ECN, the exemption certificate number. This is necessary on Part 1 of the tax return when you complete the 2014 tax return, and it allows you to avoid or be exempt from the shared responsibility penalty. As I mentioned earlier, hardship exemptions are usually provided for the month before the hardship, the months of the hardship, and the month after the hardship. The marketplace can provide an exemption for other months in addition to the hardship, including up to a full calendar year. For hardships which are based upon affordability, the exemption is granted for the remaining months of the coverage year. For individuals that are ineligible for Medicaid solely based on the state's decision not to expand coverage, you're granted an exemption for the entire coverage year. For those eligible for Indian services, the hardship exemption is granted on a continuing basis. In other words, they'll give you the ECN, and that ECN is supposed to be good forever, unless if there are no changes to your membership in the tribe or your eligibility for services. I guess you're on your honor to notify them or start purchasing health insurance if that no longer applies for you. Now, there are some potential 2014 transitional rules, and I want you to think about these things relative to how you run your tax office for a moment. So the IRS is considering an apply for option for Form 8965. We're informed the IRS plans originally to reject returns that claim an exemption in Part 1 but don't have the exemption certificate number. But like your clients are probably like mine, most of them are going to show up, they had a bad year to begin with, they're going to show up April 10th and expect you to magically, they think they came to Harry Potter Tax Service, you're going to, take your wand out and swipe it and their problems will go away. So as we apply for these things during tax season for people, there could be a large number of delays. So what are you going to do with your clients who may qualify for an exemption but don't have one? Are you going to file an extension and wait? Are you going to put down applied for? Let's say you put down applied for, file the return. Are you going to follow up with your client? Make sure they apply for it, make sure they get the exemption number. Now, there's no guidance here, but my speculation would be if someone puts down applied for, the tax return is going to be filed timely, but likely be put into suspense. Did you ever, back when you did paper returns, get a letter that says you're missing the AMT form or you're missing Schedule A, and they give you 30 or 45 days to fax in the form, and if you don't fax it in, they'll use mathematical authority to correct the return and complete it. I suspect that's what's going to happen in this case if they have these applied for. What will that mean for us? Do I need to follow up with people? I'm someone who doesn't work after April 15th or doesn't have my tax practice open after April 15th. Will I need to follow up with people? Will I need to be available to help them fix the return? I don't know the answer to any of those things, but it's a consideration. How about the client who comes in April 10th and has a highly subjective exemption request, and you don't know if it'll be approved or how many months it will be approved? Let's say they owe $700 with the penalty. Are you going to have them pay the penalty with the extension? Are you going to have them file the return and pay it, and then you'll amend it? These are things you need to think about and develop a policy prior to the start of tax season. Now, my thinking on many of these things is that on amended returns with refundable credits and possibly with this penalty, there will be a greatly elevated scrutiny by the Internal Revenue Service. So I don't know that I want to be amending any of these returns until we hear what they're doing and what's going on. So in our office, I'm believing we are going to encourage people to pay the penalty and the tax with the extension. In the event they get the ECN, that's fabulous. We'll file the return and get a penalty. In the event they don't get the ECN, well, isn't that great? The return was filed and tax was paid on time. So the IRS is working on this fix, though, to create an applied for option. And you can see I have my issues listed here. How will the penalty be computed? How many months of exemption will we get? And what if we're wrong? Will there be interest and penalty on the unpaid ISRP? I believe that there may be interest, there may not be a penalty. Okay. So let's look at some questions quickly. Some of you have some. Can you apply for an exemption anytime, or do they have to wait until 2015? For many of these exemptions, they can file right now. Now, I did hear a story about someone with a health that had applied for the member of a healthcare sharing ministry exemption. They sent it in during mid-year in August. They had 8 months worth of invoices, 8 months worth of checks, and they received back a letter that said, you're approved for 8 months. So I think that was an error on the part of the exchange, but we're going to talk about that one in a moment. But I otherwise think any of these subjective ones, absolutely apply for them now. I answered that one. Okay. No, so someone's asking the question, client had no minimum essential coverage until April 1st when they were covered under Medicare. Are they eligible for an exemption? I would say yes, they're eligible for the 3-month exemption, and then they were covered on April 1st. So you'll need to do Form 8965 in that case, Lane. But yes, they would have the exemption for the 3 months. All right, so seeing no other questions, we'll move on. So we have to talk now about determination of affordability. And we've been playing with some of these scenarios to try and generate, using real numbers, folks that would have reached the 8% unaffordability and not need to maintain minimum essential coverage. And I have to tell you, at least in New York, we're unable to find a combination of factors that seems to make it unaffordable. But let's go through this because it is important. And again, are you going to do these calculations by hand for your clients? No, you're not. But you need to have an expectation that if you look at a number and say, well, I happen to know that anybody under $30,000 in this county, again, New York, we have insurance by county, that person should be unaffordable. You should be able to look at the numbers and know. And if the software is doing something different, you want to be able to go in and look for what you're not telling the software, what the problem is. So on another webinar, someone had referred to this as the magic 8%, I guess like the magic 8 ball. And 8% of income is, in fact, the threshold for whether your coverage is affordable, 8% out of pocket. So $35,000 times 8% is a $2,800 expected contribution. This is the expected contribution after premium tax credit. In other words, the true out-of-pocket number. It's important to know, though, that in terms of income, you are adding back all of any money that was taken out pre-tax, such as a 401k, you're going to need to add back into the household income to arrive at what you're going to take 8% of. In the instructions, there is an entire coverage affordability worksheet, and here it is. Now, we are working on putting this into an Excel spreadsheet because at least one software vendor that we're aware of, you need to come up with this number and plug it into the software. It is not built in yet. I'm going to throw Drake under the bus for this one because it's the software we use. So basically, you're going to do this as much as you can in the return. We'll need to go and plug some numbers into this Excel spreadsheet and then take line 12 and plug it in on the healthcare screen because that is what they're looking for right now. I'm hoping that's going to change. There is a separate affordability worksheet, and you'll see across the horizontal axis all of the individuals for whom you think coverage is unaffordable and what the premium would be for each month down the left-hand side. The premium is the lowest premium available to that person. Typically, that's going to be the bronze premium for where they live. So household income for purposes of this calculation. It's modified adjusted gross income plus the aggregate modified adjusted gross income of all the other individuals taken into account to determine family size. And some of you have already asked this question, but Only individuals who are required to file a tax return and you don't include a return to claim a refund of tax withheld or report a tax other than income tax. So let me go over this for a minute. I have a child that lives at home with me, a 16-year-old child. The child made $5,000 working at Burger King this year. The child is not required to file a tax return, right? $5,000 is below the threshold. However, the child has $500 of tax withheld. Certainly the child will file to get a refund. Now, we as tax professionals, hopefully the child will not claim themselves as a dependent. But since they're not required to file a return, this income is not added back for Affordable Care Act purposes. A second example would be my father lives with us. He's 57 years old. He's not permanently and totally disabled. He takes $5,000 out of his IRA during the year. He has to pay that 10% Section 72E excise tax of $500. Is he required to file an income tax return? Well, the answer is no, because he's under the threshold. He does need to pay that penalty. Now, as some of you may remember from the days when we did tax returns by hand, a 5329 has a signature block on page 2 and a tax preparer jurat. You can sign it and mail it in. Of course, most of us under the e-file mandate would simply prepare a tax return for the individual, and in that particular case, that return, quote unquote, does not count. They weren't required to file, so therefore the $500 won't be the payment of that tax will not make the filing of that return, that income included in the household income for purposes of making the 8% MEC calculation. I've already mentioned that you need to add back any income that's out through a salary reduction agreement that's not on the W-2. So our required contribution percentage is determined on an annual basis to compute the MEC and see if we have affordable coverage. So I want to give you an example, and this is a very basic example, and of course it's a little silly. Someone making $35,000 a year is probably not going to have a $10,000 salary reduction agreement. So this particular individual had $25,000 worth of taxable wages, a $10,000 401k contribution. So we add those together, it's $35,000 of household income. 8% is $2,800, so $2,800 is their required contribution to health care. Let's try another poll question, because that's been another 25 minutes, and I know how much you folks love these poll questions. Maybe not. My poll questions have disappeared, so let's move on. I promise I'll give you a poll question. So let's do an example here for Amy, and this gets to be a little difficult, and I'm going to give you two numbers in this calculation, and we'll talk about it in a minute. Okay, so Amy's income is $35,000 as discussed. There is one person in her household. So if we go and look at the guidelines for federal poverty limit, we'll need to determine what percentage the $35,000 is of the federal poverty limit. I'm going to give you two premiums. The bronze premium is $4,700. We looked up and we determined, based where Amy lives, the least expensive plan she can purchase is a bronze plan for $4,700 for the year. The second thing we need to know is what's referred to as the benchmark plan, the second lowest cost silver plan that is available to her. Why is it the second lowest cost? I have no idea, but this is what is written into the regulations. So again, we looked this up, and the second lowest cost silver plan is $5,000. Now, I would hope that your software is able to pull these numbers from a database. Maybe it won't, which is going to make some of this a little difficult. But the thought I have for you is in some of your states, the rate is the same for everyone in the state, so it should be easy to look up the numbers and have them at your desk. For those of you, say in New York, where the county is by state, many of your clients live in one or another, small handful of counties, so you should be able to easily have a list of the possible costs. So on the federal poverty guidelines, you can do your fourth grade estimation would be $11,000 to $35,000 is about 300%. And when we do the calculation, it is indeed 305%. So the 305% requires, if you go down the chart here, requires a 9.5% contribution. So, okay, 9.5% of her income will need to be contributed for purposes of the silver plan only, and this is where it's confusing. So when your software is doing Form 8962, it's going to plug in these numbers. It's going to take the benchmark of $5,000. It's going to pay her the difference between her premium assistance tax credit will be the difference between the cost of the second lowest cost silver plan and 9.5% of her income. So $35,000 times 9.5% is $3,325. The premium assistance tax credit is the difference, is $1,675. Now the question becomes, what can she do with that money? Must she buy a silver plan? No. Will she get a check for this amount of money? No. She may have received some of it on a monthly basis throughout the year. She may receive all of it at the end of the year on her tax return. So now we need to do a quick calculation. The lowest cost insurance available to her is $4,700. She has a premium assistance tax credit of $1,675. So her out-of-pocket cost for this insurance is $3,025. So the question becomes, for purposes of an exemption, is this too expensive for her? Is this an unaffordable policy? If we go back, we said that 8% of her income was $2,800. The $3,025 she needs to spend out of pocket to afford the lowest cost health insurance is indeed more than 8% of her pay. It's $3,020, or 8% of her household income is $3,025. So Amy is not required to have minimum essential coverage. She meets an exemption and therefore does not need minimum essential coverage and will not pay the individual shared responsibility penalty. I don't believe this is a planning tool because you don't know what the person's income will be in advance of the year. This is a way to mitigate a penalty, to being the great tax professionals that you are, that at the end of the year you can help remove a penalty that they otherwise would have had. And again, here's my calculation showing that my fourth grade show all work rules. Amy's contribution from step 2 is $3,025. Her 8% of income from step 1 is $2,800. Therefore, this insurance, the lowest insurance she can afford, is not otherwise something that she can that she has to have. Okay. And I am still here. This is not a drop in. Not a drop in sound. Okay. So we're going to move on to the premium assistance tax credit. I still can't locate what happened to our polls today. So I don't know what's worse here, not being able to remove the polls from the screen or otherwise being stuck with the polls. A few questions before we move on. Question is, what about Social Security income received by a dependent child? Is that part of household income? That child is not required to file a tax return for purposes of the 8% affordability? No. If a college student who does make just enough to have to file, would you use just the amount above their threshold? They are dependent on their parents' return. No, I believe you're adding back the entire household income. I can't see anything on my iPad. Okay, sorry to hear that. If hardship is because the state didn't participate in a Medicaid expansion and there is no code, will the taxpayers still need to get the ECN in order for the return not to reject? And can they get that now? I'm guessing they can get the ECN by going to the Marketplace website somewhere. So the answer to this question, I believe, is they should apply for Medicaid, get the rejection letter, and then the rejection letter will allow them to go and get an ECN. All right, but isn't that also something that they can apply for I think they can apply for that strictly on the tax return. I'd want to go back real quick and take a look. It's at page 16 or 17, and I believe that what you'll see is that they can apply for that on the tax return. And I guess based on state of residency, that would allow them to not need to go through the exchange. Okay, actually, no, I'm incorrect. If you look at page 16 of the text, you are ineligible for Medicaid solely because the state in which you live does not participate in the Medicaid expansion under the Affordable Care Act. That is a marketplace-only exemption. So they need to go to the marketplace, and yes, I would say that you can go now and do that. Okay. So premium insurance, health insurance premium tax credit, we're caught up on questions. So premium tax credit is a refundable tax credit. You need to have due diligence with refundable tax credits, as you know. This is an area ripe for fraud. The premium tax credit helps individuals and families pay for health insurance. It's administered through the tax system, where it's reconciled, and the marketplace, who adjusts it and makes the determination. The credit was available for 2014. We've discussed there were two options. Get it now, there's advanced credit payments. Get it later, at the end of the year, where they would get the Form 8962 on their income tax return. For purposes of the Affordable Care Act and its credits and penalties, household size and household members refer to individuals the taxpayer is allowed a deduction for under Section 151 of the tax return. If you're taking the deduction, you will either need to have proof that the dependent on health insurance, or you will need to pay the penalty because the child did not have health insurance when and does not meet an exemption. For purposes of this, household income is modified adjusted gross income of the taxpayer plus the modified adjusted gross income of all taxpayers that were taken into account in determining family size who were required to file a tax return for the taxable year. Household may or may not be the same who is on the insurance plan. So, for example, on my insurance plan, I may have the new nuclear family, which is my wife and I have one child together. We have a child from her prior marriage who lives with us, but we don't pay for the insurance. And we may have my child who we pay for the insurance but does not live with us. In a perfect world, next year we'll be swapping forms 1095 back and forth so that I end up in my possession with a 1095 with everyone in the household listed on it. But this year it gets to be a little more difficult because we certainly won't have the Form 1095 for two-thirds of our clients. Modified adjusted gross income for these purposes is adjusted by some of the usual suspects. Any income excluded due to the 9/11 exclusion, the foreign earned income exclusion. Any amount of interest received or accrued by the taxpayer during the year that is exempt from tax. Okay, not too surprising. The amount of non-taxable Social Security benefits, including Tier 1 railroad retirement benefits. So for purposes of the premium tax credit, but not for the affordability, you are adding back household non-taxable Social Security benefits for the taxpayer and the spouse. So on page 32 in your textbook, there's a worksheet. I'm not too sure how well some of your software will lay these things out. And we modified this, and if you look at the documents I sent you, there's a copy of it available. You're free to use it. And the idea here is to help you lay out the income of everyone in the household to come up with the household income for purposes of modified adjusted gross income. There are other interview questions this year that you might want to think about asking some of your clients. Is the client living in the United States? Because again, if they're out of the country for 330 days or they're a bona fide resident, they are deemed to have met minimum essential coverage. Did the client have Medicare coverage? Is your client lawfully present in the United States? Again, this is one of those difficult questions that we may have to start asking our clients in order to help mitigate the penalty, or certainly to give them the option with mitigating the penalty. Was your client recently incarcerated? I guess you need to take a look at who worked, who didn't work, and you need to come up with either a questionnaire for health insurance or simply asking, was your taxpayer or spouse not in the household because they were incarcerated? It's important that clients who have health care through the exchange communicate with the exchange throughout the year in order to ensure that their advanced premium tax credit is updated. We're going to have people this year who owe a great deal of money, I think, because they failed to notify the exchange, or they had a number of they had somebody help them juice their original numbers, and they received a larger premium tax credit than they were entitled to. It's also very important to advise clients to bring in that 1095-A. If they had insurance through the exchange, it will be the only way you will be able to prepare their tax return, because you will need to have that. Federal poverty guidelines are determined by the Social Security Act. The table that we use is the most recent published guidance as of the first day of the regular enrollment year. What does this mean? We're always going to be a year behind. For 2014 purposes, we used the 2013 Federal Poverty Guidelines. Simply put, on January 1st, 2014, we had no idea what the 2014 guidelines would be. So for 2015, we will use the 2014 tables and so on. So in the text and here on the screen now, I have a copy of the 2013 Federal Poverty Guidelines. So some of these numbers are important. Based on your household size, if your income is the federal poverty limit or lower, you should be on Medicaid. You're not going to be eligible for a premium tax credit in some states. In other states, it's 133% of the limit. 400% or more of the federal poverty limit, you are not eligible for the premium tax credit. You can purchase insurance on the exchange, but you're not eligible for the premium tax credit. Alaska and Hawaii have different federal poverty limits simply because it's more expensive to live there. What I find interesting, though, is there's a belief that the entire lower 48 states all should have the same poverty limit, but so be it. They do. So for those of you with clients in Alaska and Hawaii, you may need to use these other charts, and hopefully, again, the software will pick these things up, but at least in the early stages of this, we'll want to be checking on this ourselves. So lawfully present, we've talked about this a little bit. Lawfully present as an exemption means an individual is treated lawfully present only if the individual is expected to be a U.S. citizen or a national, or is an alien lawfully present in the United States. I get a lot of questions about, well, if my client has an ITIN number, that means they're not lawfully present, or they have a Social Security number, that means they are lawfully present. I would like to tell you, as someone who works in this area with non-resident aliens a great deal, you cannot rely on those documents to be controlling. And simply put, as an example, I have clients who have their families here in the United States. They will be here on an E-2 Treaty Trader visa or on an O-1 Artist of Extraordinary Ability visa. They are eligible for a Social Security number and a work permit. They will bring their families in on an O-3 visa, which is a family member accompanying the O-1, and those folks are not eligible to work here. So they will, though, not be eligible for a Social Security number. They are eligible to get an ITIN number. They are lawfully present in this country, and they are subject to minimum essential coverage. Conversely, if I come here as a student, I will be issued on an F visa. I am issued a Social Security number. So just as a recent case, we have a client from the Philippines who purchased a building in New York City, and for reasons that have to do with estate planning of non-resident aliens, the building gets placed into a corporation. So he's an officer of the company, and we were trying to determine if we needed an ITIN or not. So we had a conversation with him, and he said, well, no, I have a Social Security number. And I said, when did you live in the United States? And his response was, well, 25 years ago. I was a student. He didn't know his number. He had to go find it someplace. But he absolutely could come and visit here on a visa waiver, but he can only be in the country for 90 days. So just because he has a Social Security number does not make him a lawful resident of the United States, and it does not make him subject to minimum essential coverage just by virtue of the fact that he has a Social Security number. So please don't get caught up in that trap. Please be cognizant of the document itself, or the existence of a number is not controlling. So families including individuals, though, that are not lawfully present, the family size is determined by not taking those individuals into account, and the household income is determined without regard to those individuals. So very simple. You remove the person, remove the money from all of your calculations. We talked before about the benchmark plan. Benchmark plan is the second lowest cost silver plan available to each eligible household member. When no one plan covers every member of the household, it could be based on one or more policies. So the different plans that are available they call these the metal plans. A bronze plan should pay about 60% of someone's overall healthcare costs, silver 70, gold 80, platinum 90. We're concerned about two things in many of our calculations. First is the bronze plan, because that will be the lowest cost healthcare that a person can buy. And secondly, we're concerned with the second lowest cost silver plan for an area where someone lives. Now, typically, if they have their insurance on the exchange, they will be bringing in a Form 1095A, which should have the second lowest cost silver plan on it. So for most instances, you will have the number provided to you by the exchange. However, you can run into instances where the person did not have insurance and you were looking to do the affordability, the 8%. You won't have that second lowest cost silver plan necessarily available to you, and you may need to look it up. So Kaiser Family Foundation, kff.org, has a great amount of this information available. You can also find on healthcare.gov or your state exchange. You can go in and there's a preview mode where you can look at these documents and look things up. In order to be eligible for the premium tax credit, an individual, first of all, they have to have purchased the insurance on the exchange. If they did not purchase the insurance on the exchange, they are not eligible for the premium tax credit. You can't even do the form. So they have to present you with that 1095A. If they don't have the 1095A, I probably would not do the premium tax credit for them. One, I don't have all the information. Two, I'm not sure you really purchased it on the exchange. An applicable taxpayer will have income between 100 and 400% of the federal poverty limit based on their family size. They'll be a U.S. citizen or lawfully present. They can't be eligible for other minimum essential coverage. So my employer can't have offered me insurance. My spouse's employer generally can't have offered me insurance. That is one of the things that will appear on the 1095C form, will be a document, will be the cost of the insurance and the date that it was offered by the employer. Lawfully residing immigrants with incomes below 100% of the federal poverty limit are eligible to buy insurance on the exchange and may be eligible for the premium tax credit. This is because if you were present in the United States less than 5 years, you're not eligible to access certain benefits, and one of them is Medicaid. So they might be eligible to. Don't be surprised if someone with less than 100% of the federal poverty limit does have a exchange policy and they are eligible for the premium tax credit. You'll need to have one of these difficult conversations. How many years have you had a legal immigration status here? It's a tough conversation. You can't be claimed as a dependent for purposes of the premium tax credit. And generally speaking, like all other credits, if I'm married, I need to be filing a joint return with my spouse, generally speaking. There's an exception. So further, I have to have a coverage month. I have to be enrolled in a qualified health plan through the marketplace, not eligible for minimum essential coverage, and have paid the premiums for that month. I wonder how they're going to report if I didn't pay my premiums. So the credit, we did this before in our example with Amy with the 8% affordability. The premium tax credit is the cost of the benchmark plan less the expected premium contribution. And this gets a little convoluted. The expected premium contribution is a percentage of income. Percentage of income is based on a sliding scale based on my income versus the federal poverty limit. The premium tax credit is affected by my expected contribution based on income, my premium cost for the plan, and the income and family size changes during the year. Some of our clients are going to encounter difficulty when they forget to update the exchange. That child moved out. That child isn't here. I may not qualify for the amount of premium tax credit that I received in advance. The marketplace will calculate the advance credit based on income and family issues. We're talking about these calculations to give you the basic knowledge of how the marketplace determines the credit, but more importantly, when you do the premium tax credit for the reconciliation on Form 8962. You'll need to reconcile the credit if there was an advanced payment. You need to determine if the allowed credit or if your client chooses to get the credit when they file their tax return. If the client chooses to get the credit in advance, I've said this earlier, they must file a tax return regardless of their income level. If they have an advanced premium tax credit, they must file an income tax return for the year. The expected contributions at certain levels, this also can get to be a bit difficult. But when we did the Amy example, she had, if you look, she had 305% of the federal poverty limit. So because her income was $35,000, her percentage of income is 9.5%. Again, there's a sliding scale. So some of these things between 250 and 300%, the scale slides from 8.5 to 9.5%. It's a little bit extra math. So someone who said they don't need to do math for this was a little crazy. Federal poverty limits, just so you can read from the chart. One individual, it's $11,490. Family of two, family of three. Based on the 2013 federal poverty limit, which is what we used for 2014 calculations, a family of four could have a household income up to $94,200 and still be eligible for some small premium tax credit. It would be very small at that level. And again, here in the chart, you can see the federal poverty guidelines for most states. For dependents, 400% is $94,200, right? Because 100% is $23,550. Let's see. So we have a couple of questions from, do you have a PDF copy of your book for the webinar you could email? Robert, it should be in that link with the Dropbox link. And Fred says, classes voted I heckle you more. That's great. Okay. Let's do an income example here and arrive at another premium tax credit. So here I've cut out for you two things. I cut the federal poverty guidelines, the correct line off the chart, and with respect to the household contribution, I've also cut that off the chart as well. So my income is $22,980, age 24. I live in the same county. My silver plan cost, second lowest cost silver plan was $5,000. What is my expected contribution? $22,980. Well, $22,980 with respect to $11,490 is exactly double. So that's 200% of the federal poverty limit. Okay? When I have 200% of the federal poverty limit, my expected contribution is 6.3%. 6.3% of $22,980 is $1,448. So based on this level of income, my expected contribution to my health insurance costs is $1,448. Therefore, the plan cost is $5,000 less that expected contribution. Sorry, that's my premium tax credit. It's $3,550. The difference between my expected contribution is based on my household size and my income relative to the federal poverty limit. I subtract that from the second lowest cost silver plan, and this is the amount of money the federal government will give me for assistance. And there's that complete chart if you wanted to see it. So back here, this 3552 is how much premium tax credit is available to me. I can get this in advance. I can get this at the end of the year. I can purchase a bronze plan with it. I can purchase a platinum plan with it. It doesn't matter what I purchase with it. But this particular individual is able to access silver level health insurance for about $120 a month. Not bad. If he buys a bronze plan, it's probably almost completely covered. So let's look at example B. So $34,470 of income, same second lowest cost silver plan, $5,000. $34,470 happens to be 300% of the federal poverty limit, which is 9.5%. So 9.5% of my household income gives me an expected contribution towards health care of $3,275. The second lowest cost silver plan is $5,000. Leaves me with a premium tax credit available of $1,725. Wow. My income went up by 50%, and my credit happens to have gone down by about 50%. Now, let me give you an example, though. Let's say that this is the same person. When they did their income tax return, or I'm sorry, when they applied for health insurance on the exchange in December of 2013, they took in a couple of pay stubs, they sat down, and they spoke to one of the navigators who said, wow, I've got a great deal for you, bing, bing, bing. How does $100 a month for a great health insurance plan sound? The guy put up his hand and said, boy, that's fabulous. What the client didn't mention is that he had taken a whole bunch of civil service exams, and he was really looking forward to get on with the New York State Highway Department, the Department of Transportation. It's a great union job and good benefits. So he successfully navigates his way through his interviews, and he gets hired midway through the year. At the end of the year, when we do his tax return, his income is actually $34,470, 50% higher. Why? Well, 3/4 of the way through the year, he got a $50,000 a year job. His income went up. He should have notified the exchange, and they would have adjusted his premium tax credit likely to zero, but he didn't call them. He didn't go in. It didn't happen. So what happens in this particular example? He's going to need to pay back the difference between his $35.52 and $1,725. About $1,700, almost $1,800 he'll owe back on his tax return. We're going to discuss that in a few moments. So advanced credit payments are optional. As I mentioned earlier, we've discouraged our self-employed people from taking them. The amount can be received during the year. You need to notify the exchange if the household income goes up or goes down, and they will adjust the premium tax credit accordingly. Differences between the advanced credit payments and the rule is going to be the rule, not the exception. No one can actually predict their income at least a year in advance. So we've mentioned changes in circumstances affect the premium tax credit. A tax return must be filed for any year that there is an advanced premium tax credit. Final amount of credit is based on their actual income, and Form 8962 premium tax credit is a copy on page 40 in the text. Some of the reasons to report a change: I got married or divorced, had a child, adopted a child, or talk about the hard questions, hard interview questions. I placed a child up for adoption. My income changed up or down. I was eligible for health care coverage through a job or Medicare or Medicaid. I changed my place of residence. I had a change in my disability status. I became permanently disabled, or I was able to return to work. Changes, a gain or loss of a dependent, becoming pregnant are also things which will affect the premium tax credit, the advanced premium tax credit. And I'm getting a note that I didn't do something. Okay. So, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, other changes to report during the year include, we talked about this, changes to citizenship or immigration status, incarceration, and corrections to your date of birth or social security number. These need to be reported to the marketplace within 60 days. They should be reported online or via a phone call. This isn't information you necessarily need, other than for your poor client who encounters a problem, and you need to say to them, here's what you were really supposed to do. 1095A, we've previously mentioned, is issued by the marketplace, will be sent by January 31st, and it will include information about month of coverage, premiums, and advance payments of the premium tax credit. We've mentioned how reconciliation works, and I just, as an easy example here, I received advance payments of $4,000, but at the end of the year we do the premium tax credit, and we determined that it's actually $3,000 I was entitled to. So there was a $1,000 difference, which I need to repay back. I need to pay back. Okay, I actually now have control of my poll, so I'm going to ask you a quick poll question. If you would all answer so that I know that you're here. Question is, have your viewing habits changed? Does your question asking habits change on a webinar? I ask more questions at a live seminar, or I ask more in a webinar. I don't want to be recorded. I just complain about it on social media. So that's great. Okay, 89% voted, so if the rest of you can quickly vote, we can end the rest of you must be on another screen. No? Okay, we're at 90%, so there's 9 of you haven't voted. If you could vote, I'm going to close the poll in just a second. Again, about 10% of you that are logged in have not voted. Okay, so close. I'm going to share the poll with you right now. 60% of you ask more questions in a live webinar, and 23% of you ask more in a webinar. And quite honestly, 7% of you don't want to be recorded. Quite honestly, I thought it was going to be higher than that. So thank you very much. Okay. And now that I know how to oh, come on. Okay. But we're just seeing the poll right now. We're not seeing the webinar again. Please bear with me a moment. Nope, didn't do it.
Yeah, it's good.
All right, we're good. Yay. All right. So, okay. So we talked about the example before of the poor guy who went to work for the state, had a $1,700 premium tax, actual $1,700 premium tax credit that it received in advance credit of $3,552. Thank goodness Section 36B talks about the repayment of the credit. But thank goodness they have decided to put a limit on it for certain people. So in this case, look at the chart here. My income is $34,470. So rather than owing back $1,700, I will only owe back $1,250. You're going to save your client approximately $500 by being aware of this cap. Yes, your software should do it, but I would really be looking for this on people with a repayment. I would be double checking to make sure that they had the correct amount of repayment. And of course, those of you that are into a bit of the theatrics and are going to charge a fee for Affordable Care Act work, you can say to the poor client, you know, this happened to you, here's why, here's what you should have done. But thank goodness I went to John's seminar, and I know that you meet the exception under 1.36B4A in a bucket 3, and I can save you $500 and move on and at least try and make a joke out of it for them. What I think is interesting is this time last year, we were talking about, at some of these seminars, people were saying, oh, you want to lowball your income as much as possible because there's going to be a cap on how much you have to repay of the affordable care, of the advanced premium tax credit. But if you notice, 400% or more of AGI, it's full reconciliation, as it should be. In other words, if you had no hope of being entitled to this credit, you need to pay the entire thing back. Here are some things that I'm afraid about. So when my clients win lotto, they don't call me. I have many clients who I didn't know like to gamble walk in with $50,000 worth of W-2G forms from the casino or from going to Atlantic City. We're getting a casino, a full-blown casino, 30 miles from here in Monticello. New York State is allowing casino gambling. And I just wonder what's going to happen. But even if they come in with that letter, which we all know isn't worth much, but that theoretical loss letter that says they lost as much as they won, remember that the winnings are a line 21 entry above the line. So if someone who would otherwise have $25,000 worth of income has $50,000 worth of gambling winnings, they will be above 400% of the federal poverty limit in many cases and will have to pay back the entire amount of premium tax credit. So even if they call the marketplace when they win, if it's midway through the year, they've already received some premium tax credit, you need to counsel your client that they're going to need to pay it back. Yet another reason to not take the advanced premium tax credit if you can get away with it. So let's look at this example. I receive and I'm approved for the premium tax credit. I received the entire amount in advance, and we've talked about this. My premium tax credit was $28.88. My actual income is $44,811. My eligible premium tax credit is only $943. So I will need to pay back the difference between $28.88 and I'm pointing to the screen like you can see it, $28.88 and $943, leaving $19.45 due back. But as we saw on the previous page, income of $44,811 puts me here and a cap of $1,250. Okay, there's a bunch of questions just came up, so let's look at them. Why wouldn't everyone apply for a big advance, claim the cap at tax time, and then not pay at all to the IRS, since the IRS cannot lien or levy? Well, Marty, actually, they can't lien or levy the individual shared responsibility payment. I'm pretty sure they can use all the tools in the toolbox to get you to pay back your advanced premium tax credit. Why isn't the marketplace open 12 months of the year so people can join the marketplace as their life changes? Please don't say my name. I won't say your name. So the reason I believe for this, I'm not an insurance broker, but the reason the exchange is not open 12 months out of the year for everyone is that we did away with pre-existing conditions provided you have maintained continuous health insurance. So someone that doesn't purchase health insurance and learns midway through the year they need surgery or advanced health care may simply say, oh, I'm going to buy a policy this month, buy the policy, and then move forward. And that's not fair to the rates, and it's not fair to the rest of us. So that's why you have an opportunity once a year to get onto the system, unless your situation, you can get on the rest of the year if you have a qualifying event that changes your situation. Again, if someone wants to chime in on that, please let me know. The client received an advanced premium tax credit based on an estimate that their income, there's no cap on the repayments. If you have an estimate based on your income being less than 400%, but then at the end of the year your income was more than 400%, you have to pay back the entire amount. Now, if the client's income is below 100% of the federal poverty limit, they are not eligible for the premium tax credit generally. But if the income was anticipated to be above 100% and they received an advanced premium tax credit, but at the end of the year, their income is less than 100%. They're not required to pay back the premium tax credit. Okay, and then this is just a repeat of some of the other tables that we've looked at with respect to where you fall on the income line. There, on page 47 of the text, we talk about some special rules for the newly married and the newly divorced. Now, we're not going to go through these because it's, again, 80-20 rule. I think a small portion of your folks are going to get divorced during the year, and an even smaller portion of them will have purchased their insurance on the exchange. I do think that this is something that you want to talk to anyone who calls you up that says they're splitting up. It's also one of the things that you're going to end up seeing become written into divorce agreements, where they talk about the sharing of documents and the refund of credits, both here and with respect to the 1095A series documents for dependent children. So the purpose of these special rules is in the case of a couple that gets married, they may have been two people who were each eligible for, or a better example, one person was eligible for premium tax credit, but as a married couple, their income is too high and they would need to pay back the credit. The purpose of the alternative calculation is to say that at least for the period prior to the marriage, yes, you were entitled to it, let's minimize how much you need to pay back. Conversely, for the couple that gets divorced, the person needs to run out and maybe they have a premium tax credit based on joint filing. You notify the exchange that you've split up. They should correct the premium tax credit for each of you or for one of you, however it would work. But again, one spouse shouldn't be burdened with the entire premium tax credit. So the regulations even say that the newly divorced, they have to share the information to figure out how to correctly split the credit, or the premium tax credit, and the advanced premium tax credit repayment. If they can't, the regulations say each is stuck with 50%. So I think that's a pretty smart way to do it. Okay, so someone is saying we're using the 2013 tax return to reconcile 2014 premiums. No, you remember that we're using the 2013 federal poverty limits are needed to do the 2014 work. So if there's some confusion, I think that the 2013 federal poverty limit tables are out there. That's because they will always be 1 year behind. So for purposes of the 2014 tax return and the 2014 credits, yes, we are using the 2013 federal poverty limit, but the 2014 premiums are reconciled on the 2014 tax return on Form 8962. So a victim of spousal abuse is allowed special relief. We talked about the ability that a married filing separate person cannot get the premium tax credit. If they are a victim of spousal abuse or abandonment, they are probably allowed to still get the credit. There's a relief box and an explanation. Again, tough conversations to have with your clients, but this is something that you'll need to have with your a conversation you'll need to have with your clients to talk about it. There's special rounding rules, which I am not going to spend the time on right now. If you read it and you have a question, would you please email me, and I would like to help you with it. If you have any questions, here's the sheet for the alternative calculation. Probably you need to ask these questions of anyone who was married or unmarried during the year and had a Form 8962. Okay. For married filing separately, no premium tax credit is generally allowed. If there are advance payments, they need to all be repaid. And as we just mentioned, there's an exception. IRS Notice 2014-23 talks about a married taxpayer can file separately if they live apart, they're unable to file because they're a victim of domestic abuse. They indicate that accordingly on the tax return, and the proposed regs incorporate this rule for 2014. It's not clear if it's permanent going forward, but I can't imagine why it won't be. Okay, so the premium tax credit is a refundable credit for only eligible individuals. Eligible individuals, the big takeaway there is they had to have purchased the insurance on the exchange. They have a choice. They can get the advanced premium credit now, which would reduce their monthly payments, or they can get it later. And that's without the advanced payments, but they will get the entire credit on their tax return. You need to report changes to the exchange during the year. Again, at the end of the year, two thoughts. One, at the end of the year, your client who's crying that they have a payback, a recapture of the credit, you need to tell them they should be calling the exchange. Here's why you should be calling the exchange. Advanced credits need to be reconciled. Everyone who receives the credit must file a tax return. That's a misstatement slightly. Anyone who receives the advanced tax credit must file a return and do the calculation to see if there's a recapture. Certainly, anyone who had an exchange policy and didn't take the advanced credit should file even if they're not required to, because they'll be entitled to some level of premium tax credit. Okay, and why is this stuck here? All right, so in listening to, I did a lot of research during the year on the Affordable Care Act, and I certainly paid attention to different changes and different developments because I was concerned about how these things were going. So at the IRS, at the National Forum, the IRS Tax Forum, they had a corporate drone. I hope there are no attorneys online. I know at least one is, but they sent a government attorney, and sometimes these guys they're knowledgeable, but sometimes they can drone on. So if you want to listen to what this particular fellow from the Chief Counsel's Office said, you can go to irstaxforumsonline.com, choose that you would like to audit the 2014 tax form, and you won't be charged, and you can't earn CE for the audit. But then you go on and you'll find the Affordable Care Act summary. It's 50 minutes, and the guy reads off a piece of paper, but he gives some interesting things. And there are some concerns because they already said there'll be limited resources this year for sole practitioners to get answers from our clients. There's no 1095B, there's no 1095C. We have to sign a jurat that a return is correct to the best of our knowledge. And as a refundable credit, we have a due diligence requirement, and there could be preparer penalties, certainly for not filing a return true and correct to the best of your knowledge. So these requirements, due diligence requirements, affect every tax return you file 2015 and beyond, certainly the 1095 A, B, and C requirements. Circular, there are disclosure issues for 7216, the Gramm-Leach Filing Act, and HIPAA. Now, I don't think I've mentioned this yet, but under 7216, I need to see the tax returns of the other people who live in the household, especially the children. Maybe they're away at college. Many children prepare their own tax return, but I need to know the income on that tax return in order to make certain calculations related to the Affordable Care Act. So how do you do that? Well, I need, unfortunately, a copy of the tax return. I'm going to use that tax return for a purpose other than that taxpayer's tax return. I probably need to get a 7216 disclosure signed by that child to have permission to use the document information on their tax return. Talk about fun. If you need a 7216 sample disclosure, email me. I will send it to you. Circular 230 was updated back in June, and they changed Section 10.35. They got rid of covered opinions and added a competency requirement. So a preparer must have the appropriate knowledge or acquire it to prepare a return. You have gotten the knowledge today for doing the Affordable Care Act. Preparer has to have skills, be thorough in the preparation of the return. They need to complete a complete and accurate return. Firm owners and principals are clearly responsible for employee work and actions. So you need to prevent yourself from getting a penalty. You need to make sure that your employees are not rogue, that they are asking the questions, doing due diligence, and obtaining the documentation that you want on file for proof that someone had minimum essential coverage and or the 1095As. So simply asking the question, did you have health insurance all year? That works. We've talked about this yesterday. For the person who, returning client, husband and wife both work for a municipality, let's say there's no kids in the household, they both have a double D in the W-2, you ask if they still work there, they show you their ID. That's pretty clear that those folks are met minimum essential coverage for the year. Conversely, the person who comes in with 3 W-2s from 3 part-time jobs, they're a new client to you. It's 4 or 5 people in the household, many different last names. And you ask the person if they have health insurance or had health insurance last year, and their responses don't make sense to you. You ask the question, but that's not good enough. You now have a duty to inquire to complete your due diligence. You ask the question, now you need to see some proof because you don't necessarily trust this particular person. So you need to ask. If the client's story doesn't fit with their documents, you have to ask other questions, request documents, and you have to put notes in your file of the questions you asked, the records requested, and the records reviewed. So with respect to due diligence, did the clients have minimum essential coverage for all dependents all year? Was it affordable, the 8% requirement? If it wasn't, they're exempt. Was the minimum essential coverage in place for all months? If not, does the household qualify for an exemption? If it does, or it doesn't, what documentation does the tax professional want to see to be comfortable? You need to develop a standard in your office, what you think flies. I've given you the 1095 B and C questions, which you can find in the documents I sent you. It's on a piece of paper, on a Word document. List of documents needed for the Affordable Care Act applies to Form 1095B and 1095C. These are the things from the regulations that are supposed to be on the 1095B and C if they were issued. Personally, I think that's a great due diligence questionnaire. Put it on your letterhead, add some check boxes, add at the bottom preparer name and reviewer name, and there you go. I think it's a great thing, and you can document what was done. Other concerns are the reconciliation of the premium tax credit correctly. I mentioned on my software I can put in 470 instead of 4,700, and the software will calculate the correct premium tax credit based on the incorrect information. Not cool. That could be, hopefully the IRS would catch that, and that would result in my maybe having penalty and interest, an error and omissions claim. I don't like that. Computing the repayment cap. If I miss a repayment cap and I enter something wrong in the software that the software misses it, could be difficult getting that money back from the client or getting it back from the government for the client. I'm especially concerned about taking the premium tax credit for those who did not take it in advance. Let's think about this. I've told people, don't take the premium tax credit in advance. And now what happens? I miss it on the tax return. How embarrassing. Newly married and newly divorced, you need to ask the questions and maybe take if they had a premium tax credit, an advanced premium tax credit, you really want to take a look and make sure that you calculate the correct repayments. If the applied for comes to be for the ECNs, exemption certificate numbers, what are you going to do in your office? What is your procedure? I don't think I'm going to use applied for. I think I'm going to make people pay the penalty and file an extension. But if it does come to fruition, how are you going to track returns that went out with that? What do you think your liability is? What if the client doesn't come back, doesn't provide the information for you? It's unclear to me what we're going to do, what we would do if that came to fruition. As I said, though, we're planning on not doing it, but it does bring up a whole host of off-season activities, especially for folks that come in April. All right, so generally speaking now, that's the CE portion of what we're doing. The rest, the balance, is practice management, and there's a bunch of it that I want to give you. So let me throw out one more poll question to you, and then we're going to go on and do this. So okay, so my typical tax return fee will increase by how much money do you think this year for the Affordable Care Act? Somebody really said 0. Do you mean that? The Grand Wazoo says no idea. You know who the Grand Wazoo is. Okay, the same 90% of you voted, so the same 10% of you must be hiding. Okay, so let's share that for you up on the screen. Okay, the majority of you, 58% think 0 to 50, 33% think 51 to 99. So very interesting. I'm going to hide that now and click here. And yay! All right. Only took 4 hours to get this thing down pat. So you need to communicate to your clients. Communicating how someone else just said, there should have been a choice. I have no idea. Well, you know what? You're going to have an idea now. So the first thing you need to do is you need to communicate how the Affordable Care Act is changing your practice. I would not be doing this when they sit down in front of you. It's going to take too much of your time. Some of you that are pre-scheduled with your appointments, I know folks that pre-schedule that you come in on the third Thursday of the month in January, and that person who is a little anal says to you, oh, I see that it's 3 o'clock on the third Thursday. Can I book you for 2016 on the third Thursday at 3 o'clock? And they have by April 15th, they have their entire book filled up. So that's fabulous for next year. But this wreaks havoc with that. Now, organizers are a great thing, but I'm sure just like me, all of your clients fill out the organizers, right? I wish I could hear you laughing. The other thought with the organizers, though, too, is if you know who Karen Hawkins is, Karen Hawkins runs the Office of Professional Responsibility, and she has said a couple of things. One, our clients don't read anything, including the organizer. And two, you can't mitigate your due diligence responsibilities by having one sign a piece of paper. So it's all well and good. They can check a box, I have minimum essential coverage, and sign a form. But then coming back to you, you still have to ask the questions. I don't know about you. My clients don't pay attention. I can send them an email. They may not pay attention to it. I think it'll take you 3 contacts to get through to your clients. Based on your client base, can you email them? Older clients and the non-technical clients, yes, you'll need a phone call. I think an initial contact, which should happen now, right before Christmas, simply because there's still time. The initial contact should be, the Affordable Care Act is going to change everyone's tax return. The government has put me in charge of it as your tax preparer. I will need to ask you some questions. I will need you to bring me other items. My fee structure is going to change to account for the additional time we have to spend doing this. My interview process will change. And then just close it with, I appreciate your help. Please watch for an email or letter or phone call, however you're going to do it, that is specific to your situation. And if you know your client base, you should be able to go back and say, okay, all of these people worked for the government. I'm just going to tell them I want to see this. These folks are all self-employed, so I will need this piece of information. So I'm getting an email response from someone. Our client base is tech illiterate. We are mostly walk-in. Does a website announcement count? Please don't say my name if read aloud. Of course I won't. But what I would say to you is that this person, I think, also has a highly ethnic population. So what I would probably do in a situation like that, and I'm just thinking back to when I owned block offices, I would probably get the word out better than that I'm having a seminar to explain it. And probably Wednesday nights in January, I would have an Affordable Care Act and your tax return seminar and talk to clients for an hour. They can just show up, put out some cake and some coffee, and go through it with them, how it's going to change and what I need them to bring in for me. Again, it's very important. Now, I want to remind you about the ISRP and Circular 230. You have a knowledge of a client's emission. So we need to advise clients that, they have a penalty and they need to pay this penalty. They can't be encouraged not to pay it. They certainly owe it, and we want them to owe it. So there's an interesting thing here about not advising the client about payment of the penalty when required. The accuracy-related penalty, the 20% penalty at exam, currently Section 6662 does not apply to the ISRP, to the Section 5000A penalty. It applies only to the underpayment of taxes as currently defined under 6664. So if you have a client who ends up getting an accuracy-related penalty, a 10% change in tax, $5,000 change in tax, certainly change in income is going to change either the premium tax credit and or the individual shared responsibility payment. The ISRP will not be subject to, the ISRP change won't contribute to the 20%. The ISRP will not also be 20% penalized. So they are being somewhat reasonable in this, at least the first year. Someone says I can't fit 1,100 people in my office for a meeting. Well, do 3 meetings a week for 3 weeks. Maybe you can. Again, are you going to be able to communicate with everybody in advance? No. But if you can communicate with anybody in advance who knows what to bring in and when to bring it in, knows what your new policies are, that's one less person to have to sit through this 10-minute diatribe that you're going to have with every client. So at the client interview, you have to conduct a thorough interview, ask about minimum essential coverage. If there's no minimum essential coverage, what documentation do you want? If there's a marketplace exemption, you need the ECN, or what are you going to do about applied for? For an IRS exemption, you need additional information. Something, because this wasn't live, no one asked the question, but for somebody who has a shut-off utility notice, we can get that exemption through the IRS. How are we going to get that required attachment to them? Are we going to need to do an 8453, staple it to it, and mail it in batches? Are we going to be able to upload it on the PDF screen? Will such a request automatically generate a letter and the return going into suspense? And the letter says, we need a copy of your utility notice. We don't know yet. Right now, I don't know, are they going to be paper returns? I don't know. It's another option. You have to document your efforts that a penalty did apply, and for clients who don't have insurance, I think you need to document that you advised them about going to the marketplace, getting insurance, and avoiding a penalty. So I threw in your folder, those of you that downloaded the documents. We had talked before about having a takeaway for clients that don't have insurance to show them if their income didn't change, family size didn't change, what their purported penalty could be for 2015 and 2016. So Drake has a fabulous 2-page handout that explains this, tells people what went into the calculation, what their penalty could be, what their maximum insurance policy cost after the credit would be monthly, and tells them if they don't get insurance, what the penalty will be for the next 2 years. I think it's a fabulous handout. If your software doesn't do something like this, you can put this into Word or Excel. You can add just a couple of numbers, and it's a great takeaway, great handout, adds value to your engagement, especially if we're going to be charging more for these returns, and that's what we're going to get to right now. We talked about parents who claim children. In many cases, a custodial parent claims a deduction. The non-custodial parent provides the health insurance. Now, I think there's no impact here because divorced couples, separated couples, communicate well and are always happy to assist each other. Moving forward, I suspect that divorce agreements will say the parties agree to give each other a 1095 as required. And I do think next year it will be very common that everyone will be swapping forms 1095. This year, not so much. Divorce agreements will, in the courts, sometimes put exemptions, the alternating years of exemption. With more than one child, sometimes each parent claims a child. In some cases, one parent, who could be the non-custodial parent, is entitled to all deductions. The person claiming the deduction needs proof of the insurance. Okay, and claiming the child means proving minimum essential coverage or paying the penalty. There's a hardship exemption I already mentioned, and here's the code section for it. For the situation where the non-custodial parent is not providing minimum essential coverage and you would like your client who claims the child to not have to pay a penalty, here's the procedure for it. The 8% test may resolve a penalty quickly. Not required to file, may result to somebody may come in and just wish to file a return every year. They may need it for various purposes, and they may not be required. And if so, they're exempt from the ACA. You do need to file the 8865 if you're filing a return, but they're all it's easy enough to do. But there are other hardships here, and we looked at that list A through H, right? You probably have to ask those questions to be diligent and do a good interview. And I would want to somehow document that for my file. Again, that's me. My fear is that we miss something that we could have done for someone. For the person who can't prove the child has health insurance, request documents from the former spouse. Yep. Try to contact the insurance company. The custodial parent should have, though, the child's insurance card. If not, it should be on file with a medical provider or maybe the school. If the parent has joint custody, they should be able to get the documents, but there are some issues for HIPAA. Will the threat of a penalty move mountains when people tell you they can't get paperwork? I think so. No, Susie, car is not on file. That's a typo. There are special rules for adopted children and who's responsible for the insurance, Regulation 1.5000A, 1C2. So due diligence needs, this is going to be particular on what you would like for your office. Insurance certification, the beginning date and the ending date, if the insurance wasn't continuous throughout the year. If the gap is for more than 3 months, you need to check and see if there's an exemption available. Was the client required to file? And I think now for any couple getting divorced, you need to have the family court divorce and separation documents. There's a question, what about foster children? Most foster children, if they're not adopted by you, should have Medicaid, right? Because they're typically a ward of the state if they're placed with you by an agency. And I believe that they would have Medicaid. If anyone has a different experience, please send that in as a question right now so I can answer. So, again, I won't cover this right now. It's on that document that I stuck in the portal where it talks about due diligence needs. We talked about ethical issues. We mentioned 9/11. Divorce. We don't think right now both parties will receive the 1095 document because there's a spouse that is not the primary applicant. So the ex-spouse needs to contact the provider, even if it's an exchange policy. The exchange, we understand, will not generate the form. There's a question, isn't the gap more than 2 months, not 3? Yes, it's more than 2 months or 3 or less, right? That is the exception. So you may run into some issues with divorced and separated folks, conflicts of interest, and I think this gets missed a lot. Here's the definition of conflict of interest. A conflict of interest is I'm sitting down with my spouse, you're doing my tax return for us, and I get up to go to the bathroom, and the preparer says something nice, oh, he's so nice, and my spouse says, I'm divorcing that SOB the first chance I can. The minute that the tax practitioner knows that, a couple contemplating divorce is immediately conflicted. And you can usually not prepare that tax return. You need a written notification that they have been advised of the conflict and they have waived it. If you don't have one, I put it in the Dropbox folder, so you should have that document. The minute client says that you realize there's a conflict, they're getting divorced, they are divorced, well, they could be divorced in 15, but were joint in 14, you need to get a written waiver of conflict of interest. And again, it's in the portal. If you have a question on it, please email me. We talked about 7216 issues regarding tax returns. So certainly if someone else called you, hi, you do the tax return for Joe Smith, this is Susie Smith, and I need, whatever the 1095A or any other information. Under 10.51 as revised of Circular 230 back in June, Item 15, willfully disclosing or otherwise using a tax return information in a manner not authorized by the Internal Revenue Service is automatically disreputable conduct. Disreputable conduct can get you disbarred. So if you're an attorney, CPA, or enrolled agent, you have something to risk here, so be careful with what you do with this information. We talked about the requirements of the 1095B and the 1095C. I gave you the lists of appropriate documentation. Now, for exemptions, what documents might we need? Marketplace, statutory, and filing threshold. There's 3 sets of documents you might need. Certainly for statutory, you might take their word at something. If someone says, I'm illegal, okay. If I'm homeless, okay. Marketplace, for filing threshold, that's pretty straightforward, but for marketplace, you're going to need a whole load of documents. And if you look at the back of the 1095B, 1095C Word document that I handed out, you'll see the balance of the information. We talked about healthcare sharing ministry, incarcerated. Now, this was interesting. So this was handed out. I had never heard of this group before, but this was sent to me by a tax practitioner in Texas. And he has clients that are members of Samaritan Ministries Healthcare Sharing Ministry. Now, this was in their year-end newsletter, and they basically said, if you look at the second paragraph, there's no requirement or reason to use a government health insurance exchange to prove your exemptions. In fact, going to the exchange will subject your personal information to possible public disclosure if there are any additional security failings in the government exchanges and may require duplicate filings or confusion because of the design of the exchanges. And this particular person is right. I don't need to, for this particular item, I don't need to go to the exchange and get certification, but I can apply for it in the tax return, but I would expect you may well, certainly at an audit of that tax return general audit, you might be asked to prove that you were a member of this particular group. There's some debate as to whether if someone who is lawfully present is required to present a documentation. I say no. If you tell me you're lawfully present and either you show me insurance or you're willing to pay a penalty, that's good enough for me. We discussed the ECN. There is no exception for the unemployed. Unemployed folks were supposed to have minimum central coverage, which, don't forget, can include COBRA, can include Medicare or Medicaid. So some other questions here. This could possibly affect EIC since they may have to pay a penalty. I don't understand that question, Deb, if you could clarify it for me. I answered about foster children. If a county denies CHIP because the parents aren't lawfully present due to state regulations, must we send that to the marketplace for an ECN? Actually, I'm not going to say your name out loud. Are they allowed to do that? I thought that I didn't know that parents needed that the legal status of the parents affected the child's CHIP. If the kids are lawfully present, boy, yeah, they're supposed to have health insurance. But I would probably use this as the difficulty obtaining coverage exemption, and I would probably send that in and ask for the exemption. Now, someone in Washington State is telling me they don't deny CHIP for illegals. Someone else is telling me it's a county decision. Oh, and that particular county is being sued. So what I would say to you in that particular situation is that's difficulty in obtaining health insurance. They certainly tried to do it and did not. So, and those of you that follow me on Facebook, I forgot my passport when I told other people in my party to bring their passport so we could go to Canada, to the Canadian Falls, and now I'm being picked on for not remembering my passport. Okay, so again, these folks, do they qualify for Medicaid if they don't have enough income, if they're unemployed? And they may well qualify. Or the exchange. Okay, so we spoke about 7216 information. You can't use the information on a return for other than tax preparation. So Same thing when educating people on the Affordable Care Act or helping people with health insurance. You're really not supposed to use the tax return for the health insurance issues. So get the 7216 signed when you're looking to help people. And Ron Vanuzzi says, so really a family covered by their employees' health insurance is the ideal client. Yes, you should give them a discount. Okay. Again, 80-20. I would hope that 80% of your clients are going to actually have health insurance. I mean, does anyone think, I guess in some situations you may have lower, but I think in a lot of this is a bit overblown in that it's not every client will have a problem. Many will have a problem. And someone says discounts, no way. We'll mark everybody else up $100 and offer a discount. So I do want to talk. So now we're going to talk about pricing and some pricing methodology, and then we're done. So I have to put this disclaimer here. And price fixing is something where we were sitting here and I said, everybody charge $100. Do you agree? And we moved on. We're not doing that. This slide is in here, one, because I'm really looking at methodologies and exercises in helping you decide what your pricing might be, what you should be thinking about in setting pricing. I don't think anyone here would say that their pricing doesn't need to change to compensate for the time you spent learning and the changes to your office procedure and the time spent interviewing. But we can't discuss a specific thing. So I want this slide in here so 2 years from now, if someone audits one of us for our continuing education, they can't say, what was Sheeley doing? Well, this is what Sheeley was doing. So some of you probably have tax returns that are based, forms-based. So you'll charge for Form 8962, any of the particular parts, 3 parts of 8965, and certainly probably charge for doing any of the various, exemptions on the ECN. Some of you are hourly or time-based. Some of you are value-based. If you save someone a penalty, maybe you'll charge a percentage of the penalty as your fee. This was on a public website, so I thought it was okay to steal it. This is something that a national chain is handing out to their customers to show them where the penalty came from and how much it was. But I think this is too simplistic, because there are all sorts of worksheets and calculations and questions that go into this, and I think that it's important to show more than this. But this is a neat way of laying it out. So we talked about before the season. Can I make client contact before tax season to tell them what I want them to bring? To remind them if you don't have health insurance about open enrollment. To tell them how your office is going to change, pricing, procedures. Bring in your seasonal staff early. Can they make phone calls and send emails? Do they sit around in January? Can they do this then? I think scripts are the key. No, should they read it off the script? No. But these help keep people on point, send out a uniform message to people. Basic questions, maybe you can put together the basic responses and have an email to go out or put it on your website. Some of you do a year-end newsletter. Someone did a 7-page newsletter. I don't know that your clients are reading that. I do think that if you do 2 things, send something short and sweet, hey, the world is changing, and then, as I mentioned before, and then split your clients into some groups, so that there are some people have health insurance. There's some people that don't. Focus on those groups with a common message. If you have a small group that you're not sure about or could go one way or the other, tell them that. Send them a message that says, if you're A, look at page 1. If you're B, look at page 2. And help them understand how this implements them. It'll make it for a smoother transaction. It'll make your office easier. For in-season communications, you should expect more calls and emails this year. There will, aside from the confusion and the fact that the IRS has already said they expect 50% of phone calls during peak times, how many new clients are going to come in? I know a lot of you say, I don't take new clients during tax season. Well, if big client's brother-in-law or big client's best friend calls you, you're going to take the meeting. So do you need additional staff to help you either with delegation or with the phone calls or even with emails? Again, back to the scripting for dealing with potential new clients. Can you improve the website to have some FAQs to send people to? Can you have some canned emails? I'm making a change to my engagement letter about the Affordable Care Act. I will make that verbiage available when I have it done. I'll send everybody a mass email. Fred Stein, who I will pick on because he's my friend, has a mandatory Affordable Care Act compliance worksheet already done. He is telling clients they are not going to sit down with anyone in the office until they have the worksheet done, and I think they're going to have a clipboard and literally have people fill it out in the lobby if they don't have it done when they come in, which I think is a great thing. Here is the Drake document that I mentioned previously. There is a complete 2-page copy of this loaded up in your in the portal in the Dropbox link that I gave you. If it's something that the software automatically generates, so there's no, unfortunately, blank item for me to give this to you. Someone asked if Fred is sharing his worksheet. I think he's sharing it on US Tax Pros on Facebook, and maybe he'll respond because he's on the webinar. So my goal is for a pricing strategy with this. I want a uniform pricing strategy across the client base. It would be easy training for my staff, and it would be easy to explain to people. It would be somewhat transparent. In 27 years, I've learned 2 things. 1, all the clients seem to know each other, and 2, they all say not nice things about me. They all talk about me. So they don't like me. So Fred responded that if you go to bqtaxpro.com, bqtaxpro.com, I happen to know that's his firm's website. I guess he's saying that the document is available there if you want to see Fred's Affordable Care Act worksheet. Thank you, Fred. So let's talk about some of the inputs here in developing the pricing strategy. So I feel that the cost of the Affordable Care Act compliance work we must do is an opportunity cost. If I lose 15 minutes per client for compliance, I will prepare 25% less tax returns during the season. So how long does it take me to, you have to think about how long it takes you to prepare your typical tax return. What is your typical tax return? EITC wage earner, a 2-income homeowner, a self-employed freelancer. So thinking about that typical return, ask yourself how long does it take? What do I charge for that return, right? So in my example, let's say the typical return in my office is a $325 return next year. For the rest of the exercise, this is going to be the base cost. Now what I want you to understand here is you're not going to be doing a percentage or a method for everybody. You're going to figure out now, based on specific milestones, this is the price I will charge for this work. Whoops, that's not cool. Okay, so price bucket A is a client that I call the completely documented client. They have a Form 1095-A for everybody. There's no dependents, or the taxpayer and spouse have insurance cards. There's no 8962, or they lived outside the U.S. all year, or they're filing only for a refund. It's 15 minutes or less of my time. We want to charge 20% of the base price. In this case, that would be $65. And again, you're not doing the arithmetic for each client. This is the cost for all clients that fall into bucket A. I've been asked before, I'm going to charge people that lived outside the country? Yes, I had to spend the time to learn this. I had to put compliance stuff in place. I have to ask the questions. It takes the time. Yes, I'm charging. You should too. In this case, I feel 20% of that base typical price is what we should be doing. Price bucket B. These are clients that primarily have a premium tax credit calculation. They should have received a 1095-B, or there's someone who should have received a 1095-B or C and didn't. This is someone who might have had an advance exemption from minimum essential coverage that they applied for without us. This person is not subject to a repayment cap. It should take 30 minutes or less of my time. We're thinking 50% of the cost, or $162.50 for this guy. There's a question. Bucket A, $65 for the entire return. No, that's a $65 surcharge for Affordable Care Act compliance. You'll see how we're going to do the invoice in just a moment. Okay, so bucket C. Client has a cap on premium tax repayment. Why not? You're going to save the client several $100s or more. They need to file a Form 8965, but they have tax return exemptions, no Health and Human Service exemptions that you would need to get involved with, the penalty with the cap, and no alternative calculations. In this case, you would charge 75% of the calculation. Yes, someone has to go with 2. Yes, if you need to go with 2, you still get your 2 CE. This part is not is actually not part of CE because it's really strategy and practice management. So I think I said this at 2. Anybody that was on till 2, if you need to go, I understand. But all these slides are included with your slides. Okay, so what about the rest of these folks? If they were married or divorced this year, a paper-intensive health and human services exemption? Do you charge by the hour? Do you charge bucket C plus time? Do you have extensions? One of the things we're toying with right now is somebody that's going to take up this much time and we don't have it during tax season, maybe they're willing to go on extension and we can give them a bit of a break on the time. We don't know. But I'm not looking forward to some of these involved things coming in during the busiest parts of the year. You know, with the premium tax credit recapture and some of these alternative premium tax credit calculations, someone, I don't remember who it was, if you want to take credit, you can let me know. Someone said to me the other day, you know, it seems like the people that have the least amount of money will have the most amount of work and the least ability to pay us for the additional time and compensation on this. And it's not cool. I feel bad. But it is our time. It is what we have to do. So I want to talk about fee placement, and we are just about done. Clients are very price sensitive. Most clients purchase tax services once a year. Of course, due to inflation, your bill rises each year. Now, they don't question all the fun things they want to do, how the bill went up. They complain about the taxes and the oil bill, but for whatever reason, they complain to us face-to-face. I think it's important that your client understand what affects the price of each service. Tax preparation is only one component of the service you offer them. Affordable Care Act compliance is a non-tax preparation component of your tax return. Folks should have to understand what they're being charged for and why. A question, how to charge if we do the work and they don't come back for the tax return prep. We're going to talk about that in a second, Mark. Okay, so let's talk about how I bill. So prior to this year, this is an actual page screen cut from a QuickBooks bill for my office. So preparation of a 2014 tax return, $300. And that would include whatever our fee increase was from last year. We do a great many folks that are foreign nationals or Americans with foreign bank accounts. So we have FBAR compliance, and I happen to have a 3-tiered separate charge. $89.38 came around in 2011. We charge for that separate from the return. I didn't think having fees go from $300 to $400 and saying, yeah, there's new foreign tax forms you have to file. People don't want to hear that. This is quite clear. Last year, when the Affordable Care Act 8959s and 8960s came into being, we were manually reviewing them to make sure they were right, because there were a great number of things that flow onto it to reduce the 3.8% NIT tax. So, again, we had a separate charge for that as well. So starting this year, we've added Affordable Care Act charges. And you can see the wording that I'm choosing to use. It sounds really professional. So let's go back on billing for a minute. So the question was, how do you get people to charge if they don't come back? If they don't come back for tax return prep? I guess you mean, Mark, if they don't come back and pick up the return. So I think there's going to be plenty of people calling that want to come in for an appointment. So what I would tell people is the following. I'm never available if you call. You have to schedule an appointment with me. There's always a 15-minute minimum on an appointment. So if someone comes in with a return, especially a person that's always done their own TurboTax return, and they're just concerned because, well, you know, how could I possibly owe? They didn't bother to research the penalty. They're just showing up. How do I have a penalty? Well, that's the person that's most likely, I think, to go away. So what we're going to do is we have a minimum 15-minute charge. So regardless of how long the interview is, just like you, 2 days ahead of time, yes, Sean is already saying what I'm doing, is you're going to get a phone call usually 2 days ahead of your scheduled appointment. Hi, this is Debbie at John Sheeley's office. I see that he scheduled you for 3:15 tomorrow. I'd like to confirm that. The person confirms it. She then says, you know, we normally, when you're a new client, we do get the minimum charge prepaid to save the appointment because it's a busy time of year, and I see that he forgot to do that. Here's a hint. I'm like the dentist. I never remember to charge. I have a front office for that. But they then will say, on the phone will say, great, since he forgot to do that, I'm really sorry. Would you like to give me a Visa or a MasterCard to pay that? And they already have it up on their screen. When they call, they take the credit card information and they'll process it. And that way, to answer your question, I will get paid at least for what I want up front. I would also recommend any new clients coming in this year, you need to get paid up front. At least half up front, if not the whole thing at the meeting. Why? People are going to walk away. I would get paid. Okay, we have a message group set up on johnsheeley.net. If you'd like to register, it's free. And that's the whole website is just about Affordable Care Act questions and other information that we're going to post. And it's a great way to keep in touch. If you're looking for me, John Sheeley at john@taxpracticepro.com. There's the office phone number. If I'm not available, anybody can probably help you with a issue, but if you have a question for me, certainly I'll either take the call or I'll call you back. There'll be a survey coming out in a little while. I'd appreciate if you answer it. The surveys are really what help me. Certainly, questions, concerns, comments. I'm on Facebook. I like email. I answer the phone. I work strange hours. Please reach out. If I'm not the guy to help you, we'll get you an answer. We'll put you in touch with someone because we're all in this together, and this is what, of course, is great for our profession. So, again, have a great tax season and I'm going to say Merry Christmas because that's my holiday. If you celebrate something else, I wish you a happy and a merry and a healthy for what you celebrate. So thank you, folks, and be well.